searching begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you in me. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome to Check Please. Hello, everyone.
Hello, here we are again. I am, as always, your DM Beardy, and these are my lovely players.
Hello. My name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman, Wizard Extraordinaire. Skrewy, no one can
You're
hear
muted,
you.
buddy.
You look great.
And I
You
am
look
You
Skrewy.
did great. You did great, buddy.
Oh, well, thank you. I am Skrewy. I play Stavik. Zippon boy.
I'm Valentino, and I play Grem. Or wait.
Hi there, I'm Shane, and I play Xander, no last name.
And I'm Xeno. I play Zu'lin Crowbottom.
Wonderful. Well, so, last time, you all managed to accomplish quite a bit. Anybody want to do a quick recap of last sesh?
Ooh, I got it.
Please.
Okay, so we started off with Xander's date with Detlef, where since the library was still open, he decided to get a couple new books. One set of books, which was a list of different esoteric groups related to god worship, and the other was just a set of tabloids from Louisiana. He learned that there was a group known as the Disciples, which was kind of some sort of high society club that a lot of nobles potentially seemed to be members of, that were casually linked to Owen, but not really as major as the other ones. They're from here in Louisiana. Detlef mentioned that he was glad that Stavik supposedly gave up on reading the Book of Owen and said that Stavik could use some friends, which I agree with. Then he basically said that there were no such things as coincidences, that there was a cause for everything. Not every cause is a good cause, but there are causes, and sometimes you don't even realize how deep that they go. He and Xander had a little game that they played where they made some things out of clay for each other. Xander made a peanut with wings that's supposed to be a bird with a hat. It was named Junior by Detlef, and Detlef made a statue of Xander that was shockingly accurate down to the smallest detail, holding the book that Stavik wrote in one hand and the dagger that he stabbed himself with a couple sessions ago in the other.
It was several.
Yes, you're right. It was several sessions ago. It was like session 8, I think.
It was so long
But,
ago.
yeah, we learned that apparently that dagger was the dagger that the mortal vessel of Owen carried around a long time ago that's been lost to time. Detlef said that if we manage to find it, we should let him know so we can update the records. We also talked a lot about the case and some questions Xander had about who he could trust, and Detlef said, sometimes you can look into someone and see, what they're capable of. Other times you just need to trust your gut. At which point he offered Xander to eat some of the paella that he brought, and Xander ate it and felt like, everything was right in the world. He felt great after that. Detlef asked if he wanted to stay longer or if he had any more questions, and Xander, trying to be polite, decided to leave there, and Detlef was like, well, if you're sure. And so then we panned back to the group, who had just been joined by the Duprees, specifically Lorenzo and Isabella. Louie and Lorenzo had a one-on-one in which Louie was trying to kind of milk him for information, and Lorenzo was more kind of stuck in his feelings about the fact that apparently his dad is dead again, and he never managed to get over the awkwardness and the fight that they had about his arranged marriage. Louis was like, isn't it pretty normal for youngest children to not get arranged married? Like, what's the situation? And Lorenzo tried like 15 different times to explain why his arranged marriage to this awful woman would not work. And then he was like, I'm gay. And Louis was like, okay. And seemed to have like, well, so is like half of the group energy, so who cares? Lorenzo then kind of left to go check on Isabella. Louis followed him. They went upstairs where Isabella was pretending to play music for Valentino, and Valentino was having none of it. Then Louis joined. They played actual music together, which was beautiful. And Isabella was like, Valentino, since we're such great friends, why don't you come to my gallery that I won't let anyone else in? And Louis was like, oh, what about me? And she was like, no, I don't think you'll like it, but if Valentino says yes, maybe you can actually, I don't know, see it? So then Louis decided to show her some of his charcoals, and she was like, oh, this is really interesting. I feel like you made a lot of mistakes. Why does this Serpentes have like multiple arms? It's kind of weird.
Bitch, never seen a
feel like you
Serpentes, I
drew it
guess.
wrong. Yeah, apparently she had no idea that they existed.
Loser.
He also had a charcoal drawing of Bro, who he said had a stupid face, and Isabella was like, I'll paint more of a stupid face if you like it. There was also a butterfly on Xander's nose, and Louis was like, oh, want to see a trick? And then he conjured a fluttering little insect and then crushed it right in front of her, at which point she had a little bit of a breakdown and was like, do you hate me? Why are you doing this to me? And Lorenzo was like, okay, we need to leave. So then they left. Louis left because he could not take this anymore. He sent a message to Xander. Xander came in. He was like, hey, I created a moth and then I crushed it. And then Isabella freaked out. And Xander was like, why would you do that? Did you read your own story? And Louis was like, okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's go back inside. So they go back inside. Stavik appears. We were like, where are you, Stavik? Stavik says, I was at the Temple of Owen where all these vicious murders were created and lots of problems happened, and I was praying for guidance. And we were like, that's sus. And he was like, no, it's not sus. When have I ever been sus? And then we lay out all the facts which seem to implicate him in, being the murderer. And he's like, no, that's not true. So then we decided to lock him in a cage for the night to see if that would maybe help. It's a jail.
It's the jail
It's a jail
cell.
cell.
It's
That's
the jail
fine.
cell.
That's fine. It's a large cage. But we're gonna see if potentially people die overnight, and that maybe exonerates Stavik. We also did like a role play to see what our conversation with Lady Dupree would be the next day, but it did not go very well. So we decided we would just call it a night, and then in the morning we would have a nice, lovely conversation with Lady Dupree and hopefully get some answers to all of the mysteries that we have. And I think that was most of what we did last time.
Excellent. I will only add on one additional thing, and that is that for some reason, Stavik decided to heavily incriminate himself into the case and managed to get himself locked up in prison. In your personal jail.
In
Our
our personal
personal
prison.
office.
In your
jail.
in your
Yes.
personal
I'd like to
office
point
jail
out-
cell.
He like kind of volunteered. Yeah, I'll go in here. Sure. He didn't. Just
Yeah,
throwing
that's
that
how-
out there.
We'll see.
He
We'll
volunteered
see how that's
after
went.
we had to say, you realize you're sus. And he's like, I'm not sus. And that kind of
No.
went around several times.
Yeah.
That's true. He volunteered. He said, you know what, my reign of terror has ended. And I will
I'm
go
turning myself
quietly.
in, boys. Here's my badge.
Yeah. Enough have died.
it's
I'm
fair.
I'm
It's
I'm
fair.
hanging up my murdering stick.
I'm pretty full.
I've had my bloodlust has been quenched.
Lovely.
Well,
Sated
we
for
shall
now.
see. We shall see in the morning
Yeah.
whose bloodlust was quenched.
So, speaking of the morning, we will roll time forward and
Wunderbar.
visit that very time. So, time, as it always seems to do, rolls forward, and we are going to pick up at about 7 a.m. or so.
Fuck, that's early.
So, here we are. We're still in the offices of your investigation company. And I guess my question is, what are folks doing early in the morning on March the 30th of the year 808?
7 a.m. Louis
Mhm.
would probably get up early in the morning, did not sleep well, and he will get out of his room, close the door behind him, do a trick that Xander showed him not long ago, and then he will go over to Xander's room and knock on the door.
Who is it?
The coolest person you know.
What? Where?
I
It's
see.
Louie. It's
Turning to
Louie.
sleep.
Oh.
Tell me something that nobody else knows.
Made out of knots, but I've got a ring of hope.
Spicy. I didn't specify it had to be about you, but I appreciate that nonetheless.
Well,
And he will
figure
crack
we're
open the
only
door.
Ones who know that. Anyways.
As you look into the room, you see that his room is very neatly arranged. The bed is perfectly made, untouched. There is a couple of things, a pile of books on his desk, but they also seem to be very carefully arranged. Like he made sure that the books are their edges are parallel to the edge of the desk on both sides. Just everything perfectly in its place.
I think it would be good if we talked to Stavik this morning.
I think that is a fantastic idea, Louie.
Okay.
Oh no.
Where should... I feel like we should bring him upstairs in the very least.
I agree. I don't think that...
I'm just a little nervous. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Okay. Where should we... my room's pretty big.
I don't think he's earned that.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh shit, that hurt.
Let's go, let's go grab the... Well, I guess disciple is incorrect now, probably.
Probably.
Now that there's more factions revealed.
All right. Two of you head downstairs to the first floor of the office, and you can see across from yourselves in this large room is the cell built into the western side of the main office floor. And sitting there on a stone bench, same as he was the previous day, is Stavik.
I'm going to check Dot's paper and see if it's still about the same information.
Yeah, there's a quill pen that's hovering over a piece of paper, and it continues writing on it. And then when it finishes, it moves to another piece of paper. And every so often, that piece of paper will fill up and then, flip itself over onto a stack of now fairly thick parchment there. And the quill is writing, and it says, "He's still sitting there. He's still sitting there. He's still sitting there." And then one will be like, "He scratched his eye. He's still sitting there."
He doesn't...
Before
He's
is
stretched.
Is there any portion where it says Stavik and then quotation marks, I did it, or anything while he was sleeping?
No, none
Gotta
that
go
you
through all the
see.
pages.
Any?
Yeah.
I wonder if they know I'm the killers.
Yeah, you can flip through it, and you don't notice really anything too out of the ordinary, aside from every so often it seems that Stavik, moved or turned his head or stretched, something like that. But
I
aside
hope he
from
didn't
that,
do
it does.
anything
One is like,
indecent.
how many kidneys do you... No.
See, I find it funny because the idea of him stretching would have to be like a psychosomatic thing, because you don't need...
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah,
Scratching
right?
his eyes.
I was
Like, he
thinking,
doesn't have eyes.
he doesn't
and
have
He
eyes.
doesn't itch. So him scratching himself would purely be to see how he feels.
Yeah, probably.
Just for
Or-
like the sound of it.
Or literal phantom
Oh,
pain.
oh
Yeah.
no.
All right, all
Phantom
right,
pain.
all right.
All kinds of lovely things like that.
Dot, you can be done with this task.
The quill pen floats down and lays itself on
You did it
the
now.
table.
Thank you for helping out with this.
There's no response.
Okay, geez. She used to say, like, you're welcome and shit. All right. Good morning, Stavik.
Oh, hello,
it's-
guten Tagen.
Oh, you're in a really good mood. Oh, perfect. Okay. Hi.
Generally, I'm as a good mood. I try to be. I mean, I don't sleep, so his time is well, it's relative.
Well, there's something that I would like to discuss with you. If you wouldn't mind coming with us to Xander's room?
Indeed.
Not at all.
Okay.
Lead the way.
Okay. Oh. I did not
Oui.
mean to. How the fuck?
You spin
turning.
me right around, baby,
Help.
right around.
Father,
If you
please.
shift
There you
and
go.
roll.
Okay.
Scroll,
I
yeah.
gotcha.
Thank you, Faza.
All right, so the three of you head upstairs and make your way back up to the second floor of the office with Stavik in tow behind
Oop.
Xander and Louie.
Okay.
That's all right,
Um,
done.
Just this way, please.
Of course.
Oh, you're also a little turned about.
Oh, it's okay. I just trying a new walk.
Mm.
Getting turned in that fucking cell.
Well, the bodies were also being turned.
And Xander's
Mm.
stomach. Anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Should I enter first? It's your room, Xander.
Or
Or Stavik will go in first.
Make yourself comfortable.
Louis gives
do you
a
have
nervous
chair?
nod.
Do you not-
There's a
I
chair
do
at
not
the
think-
desk.
Oh, wunderbar. Okay, right in the chair. Just swivel it right around. How can I be of assistance?
So, yes, assistance, or most so. Gosh. And Louis looks down and his hands are shaking, and he kind of grips them together and pulls them to his chest. Okay.
Xander will step closer. Should we perhaps get the experiments out of the way first?
Yes, please go ahead.
He'll turn to Stavik. You seemed interested in the contents of that onyx casing before.
Scientific curiosity, of course. I mean, I don't want anything to compromise what is inside it to oblivion, but I will do what I can. Yes.
All right. Then, in that case, would you be interested in finding out exactly what it is on the inside?
Well, I would like to think it's just hope and dreams, but a little more practical knowledge would be important. So yes, I would be very much interested to see what lies beneath, as it were.
Excellent.
As above, so below.
As above,
Indeed.
so below.
Xander will walk over to the desk where, leaning against the wall, is a long package that is tied in silk. He will undo it, and you will see his halberd as usual. He will pick it up. How would you like us to go about this? Would you like me to use this, and he'll twirl it in his hands? Or would you like me to do it with magic?
The guillotine.
Sorry, Stavik.
Alright?
Well, to see what's inside, we have to open you up one way or another slightly. Did you not understand?
concern.
We're not going to, like, kill you. I promise that. I would never do that to you. Unless you
Open it
betrayed
up.
me.
Can't believe you guys are doing surgery without Zu'lin.
I'm
is-
offended.
I
You did
you
surgery
should
without
be. I'm
consent.
offended on your behalf.
Like, no, you
Can
can't
you-
do that. You can't do that. By the way, let's exclude Zu'lin from the cool person club. Go into Xander's room.
Okay.
All these
Look,
Okay.
Valentino's not there, so it's not the cool person club.
That's true.
Oh.
You're right.
Mhm.
Okay,
First
fair,
of all-
fair.
Can it be a surgery if there's no body?
I say yes
Second,
because I want to be offended.
second of all, can it be a surgery if it's already dead?
Exactly.
I'm down for surgeries and
An
autopsies.
That's an
Maybe
autopsy.
come on over here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Fight me, IRL,
Okay.
1v1 me.
Actually, you know what? How about this? Stavik will go. Wait. Hold on. Would you use a sledgehammer to drive a nail into a piece of board, or would you use a hammer?
Well, it depends on how big the nail is normally.
A 10-penny nail into some trim?
Thank you for the specification.
Okay.
Probably
Then with
a hammer.
magic? Or
Well, the question then becomes, does I know this is no offense to either of you, but there's someone who is very skilled at being a little more delicate, nimble with his fingers, as it were. Would Zu'lin,
No.
Why not? Isn't this his specialty?
I
is-
actually have a
is delicate
curiosity question. Why
operations.
are you so fascinated by Zu'lin, Stavik?
As someone who has one would consider macabre air about them, I feel somewhat oddly connected to Zu'lin. I don't know why.
All right.
Just not connected in any spiritual sense. Just very, kindred spirits, as it were.
kindred spirits. Understood.
But
I can be
if
quite precise.
then I trust you. Which would you feel more comfortable?
Actually, I think this is more on your comfort level. I think Xander is fine at both. What would be
Okay.
better for you, Stavik?
If I were to turn around and not see it coming, would that be more helpful? So I don't flinch?
Is that
Think of
better
mice
for
in bed.
you? I think that's
I'm going to just turn and
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
stare out the window.
okay. What part
And
do you
it
want?
just- I-
What part do you want?
Well,
Yeah, pick a
Since-
bone.
pick a bone. Okay. Oh goodness. Well. This is actually a question for somebody who might know. If you actually broke off a piece of your pinky, is it harder to swing
Reattach that?
hammers? This
Oh, like the tip of your pinky? I mean, most of the
Yeah.
time you're still functional with your hand. I mean, without the tip even. Don't.
Just the tip.
Don't. I already knew it was coming. You're all
If anything,
monsters.
probably the middle finger might probably be.
Yeah, I mean, like, if
You're
anything,
gripping
you'd probably.
something?
It'd just be about the same length as the other fingers then. I mean,
well,
You get the satisfaction of flipping Louie off, and then Louie gets the satisfaction of knocking that away.
no,
Amazing.
Xander's gonna
It's,
knock that
uh,
away. Louie's not gonna hurt
Okay.
Stavik.
Stavik is going to put since he's facing out the window, he's going to put his hand on the desk right there. I think tip of the pinky might be the safest of the options.
Okay.
With the pinky. Understood. And Stavik, I'm not going to swing anything at you, so you don't actually need to turn around and stick your hand out like that. We aren't barbarians here.
I'm very much so not a barbarian. If anything, I'm very
Civilized.
dedicated, civilized,
Certainly.
human.
Would you care to turn around, Stavik?
Of course. And he will turn back around.
Would you do me a favor of sticking out your hand and holding up your pinky like this, please?
Okay. I guess the glove's off, and he'll take off the
we
glove, and
don't
it's
wanna
just
ruin
a.
the glove.
Yeah.
Do you
I'd
want
say
me
it's
to?
safe, nice gloves.
Yeah. As the glove is removed, you can see this skeletal hand that's made of this kind of dull onyx. And it's this weird, dark, bone-shaped stone structures.
Do you
Anyway, yeah.
want me to talk to you to distract you while Xander's doing this?
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, I was gonna
It
tell
will
you
be
about
quick.
the story.
Sure. Yeah, tell me.
Okay.
Tell me about it.
So
Before you tell this story, Stavik, I want you to stay very still and please don't struggle.
that's ominous.
Jesus. Don't scream.
I mean,
Can you do that?
Oh boy.
I feel like these are the pointers Zu'lin would be taking from this. Like, I could just tell them not to scream.
I have
This is
faith
so much
in
easier.
him that he won't scream. Right, Stavik?
Excellent.
Yes.
Okay. So, I was thinking of maybe continuing that night's story, but I was considering maybe Rue, and like Louie's just staring at Xander, letting him take his time with whatever he needs to do to get rid of this pinky.
Xander is going to let Louie talk for like about a minute or so without doing anything.
I was thinking of maybe making a girlfriend for her. What do you think about that for a character thing?
That would be very interesting.
I was
What would you
thinking
base
like
him off of?
what?
What would be the inspiration for this character?
I just thought Rue deserved a happy ending, so I didn't want to have a sequel to the book and thought it deserved to end when it ends, you know? But I thought a partner for her would be good. I was thinking of like an S name or something, like Saywin or Sarah. Sarah's too short. Maybe like Cecily or Sophia or
Oh, Sophia. Sophia sounds very lovely. Let's hold that one.
Okay. Sophia sounds good. Louie's just staring at Xander, just waiting for him to do something. Is it time to...
So Xander kind of... Actually, feel free to describe it.
Sure. Xander is just going to look at Stavik, kind of smiling, and he is going to reach up and he's going to take his other fingers and then make them into little scissors. And he's going to kind of reach out and just lightly snip at the edge of his finger. And
Snip
then...
the tip.
Mm-hmm. And he'll just focus on Stavik as he does this.
And as he does that, Stavik, please make a will save.
Oh, goody.
You can fail if you'd like.
That's true. Failing is an option.
I said he would not struggle, so yes, it would be he
That
he
makes
would
it a
not
will.
resist. He would not struggle, and he would not resist. So yeah, he just fail, auto fail.
Okay. In that case, you feel an odd sense of like tingling in your finger, but that's about it.
Okay.
How does that feel, Stavik?
It's just a tingly sensation.
Hmm.
Nothing more.
I see. Interesting. Good to know. Now, hold it out to me and point your pinky finger towards me.
Okay.
And Xander is going to take his hand and kind of like cup it at around chest level, and then he's going to take his other hand, and then he's just going to make a chop. And see what that does.
Okay.
What does it do?
Just verifying some information real quick.
Okay.
Okay. Stavik.
Yeah.
Again, would you like to make a will save, or would you like to not resist?
Not resist.
Okay.
He's letting it.
You begin to feel kind of an itching or almost burning sensation at the end of your pinky, but it doesn't seem to do much. It doesn't seem to break off or get damaged in any way. But I will actually ask you to make a perception check. Louie, also please make a perception check.
Okay.
Oh, goody.
The two of you actually both notice this. Good rolls, by the way. The two of you notice this. You see just the tiniest hint of blood beginning to leak from Xander's nose.
This boy.
Louie will move and just move like the edge of his glove up and just dab under Xander's nose. Sorry.
Is this safe? Should we continue? I don't want to cause you any we are linked as you've told me. I do not wish to cause you pain. So
I think
my
it's
curiosity.
perhaps a little bit too late for that, Stavik.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
So what
But
do
gonna reach for the halberd.
We tried this the nice way and it didn't work.
Xander,
Oh,
are you sure?
We have to kill him.
Xander.
Yes.
Okay. Stavik, it's gonna be okay.
okay.
Xander sniffs.
And I know he doesn't have eyelids, but like, can he mentally close his eyes?
You just turn them off.
You turn him off.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah, you
yes,
can.
that's how that works.
Yeah, you can mentally stop seeing.
It's like turning off your third eye.
Stavik. He will look directly at Xander and say, "I trust you," and he will mentally close his eyes. Now, I don't obviously for you guys, you don't know this.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So
Well, he stopped moving, so I'm sure that's good.
Okay. Xander is going to aim for the tip of the pinky, and he's just going to try and cut through it.
Okay, I will take an attack roll with that halberd.
Okay.
fucking nat
It's a
20.
stationary willing
Fucking nat
target, so
20.
the AC is super easy. But let's see how it goes.
That is a 22 to hit.
Nice. Okay, 22 to hit for 8 points of damage. So what's going to happen there is you take your aim with your halberd, and with a very swift, quick stroke of the blade at the end of the halberd, it is going to cut right through that knuckle to take the very end bit of the pinky off. it sails in a fine arc. And Louie, you can actually try to catch it before it
Oh,
hits the ground.
yeah, I would love to try to catch it. What is
I'll
it?
take a reflex.
Okay. That's a 27.
Wonderful. Louie, you actually reach for it and you grab it out of the air before it hits the ground. And you notice something about it immediately, and that is that it is surprisingly warm to the touch.
Oh, that's good.
You both notice something else that's odd. And that is in the spot where that was joined to the rest of his pinky, there's this weird light there. It's kind of this dull yellow glow that's coming out of where the bones were joined.
Oh, God.
And Louis, as you look at this, you see that there's actually a core of something underneath the onyx. So this cross section of Stavik's body is onyx shaped like human bone. So it's almost as if you took a human skeleton and then petrified it into onyx. But the inside, the very core of it, appears to be this very thin layer of diamond inside. It shines and glows with a slight amount of yellow, and as you're holding it in your hand, that little yellow glow is going to fade away and vanish out of the little tip of the pinky there, but it continues to glow on Stavik's hand. Stavik, from your point of view, ouch, that hurt like a bitch.
So from that, Stavik is going to.
I assume he does the goofy
if it
scream.
hurts as bad as you say, he's going to go into a long string of villish swears.
Oh.
Like, just really long.
Louis, still holding the piece, starts trying to cover his ears. Oh.
How
Wow.
loud is Stavik yelling?
He's trying to be not just talking like
There's a lot of shizes in there.
Yes, very much so.
Oh my goodness, you did so good, Stavik. You did great. Yeah. Breathe, I think. Breathe?
No, see, that's the thing. I don't need to breathe. It's just.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to comfort you. My bad. Expletive. Darn. Gosh.
Well, can you glean anything from it?
Louis holds it over to Xander.
Xander reaches for it and taps it very gently with one finger, and then kind of withdraws his hand and then tilts his head.
As Xander, so you said you touched the pinky tip. As you do, it once again lights up with orange, kind of golden light. And then once you move your hand away from it, it begins to fade away again.
Oh, that is weird.
Not really, actually. Louis will set the piece down on the desk for now, and then return to Xander's side. There's something that we also wanted to tell you.
Oh,
Louis just looking for confirmation from Xander.
okay. Did I win something?
Xander is looking at Stavik with an intensity that you have never seen from him.
Oh, this is good. Yeah, this sounds really good news.
Should we talk first, or am I good to
Yes.
go? Oh,
Stavik, you're the killer.
you want to talk first before I say something? Or I'm good. Okay.
Of course, please.
Okay. Stavik, it's not that I haven't been fully honest with you. It's that I was worried about your reaction about this. I am the first mortal form of Owen to gain consciousness and know that I'm Owen.
Xander smiles.
I didn't really know until Belmez, when we were about to die, but Xander, it seems, has been instinctively looking for me, as he's my herald.
He'll bow to Louie.
You look very concerned.
I thought
Okay,
we had
there's
laid
Valentino.
enough clues.
There's Valentino.
I'm sorry, what?
Zu'lin, this is a very good prank. I will give you that. The cutting the pinky. I was very curious about this, but this is very good. I like this. Okay, so I think I know I don't sleep anymore, so I know that this is not the same. So it has to be a little bit of a joke at the Stavik. Ha ha ha.
How do you
Stavik.
think I knew your daughter's name? I had to pretend a little that it was a coincidence, but...
Why do you think I knew you were undead from the beginning? Why do you think when we were on that roof in Belmez, when Louie said to run, I stayed, even though it wasn't looking good? Why do you think that though my body looks like this, I have been so weak lately, Stavik? I tried to tell you several times. I tried to hint to you. Do you remember our conversation about, what was it? You are not my daddy. You are not my boss. You are not an authority. I asked you twice to consider that statement. I asked you to consider why it is I might know certain things that you don't. But I can understand being mistrustful. Perhaps you just need a demonstration.
Xander, please kneel.
Xander will turn and he will kneel before Louie.
Louie will place his right palm over Xander's chest, and with his left arm, he'll place the palm next to it, and then almost grip the air, and then he'll start to pull out an ice blade, except it is an ice, a black ice blade with gold filigree on it. And I believe light shines out when he does that.
Yes. As he reaches in and pulls a blade from Xander's chest, you are going to see something happen. Xander's entire body begins to glow with a golden light, like 1,000 tiny stars. And as the light begins to fade, you notice that Xander looks somewhat similar, but there are some very salient differences. First of all of the diamond shapes that are on his clothing, the golden accessories, are now actually circles. And where there was a smaller diamond in the center of his chest, that is now an open circle where you see a golden tattoo on his chest of Owen's holy symbol. He additionally has tattoos running all over his face and his arms where they're exposed, and also the sides of his body where there's sheer fabric and you can see it underneath. There is just a crisscrossing set of tattoos that become circles of Owen as he turns to look at you, and his eyes are completely black, Slayer-wise, and his, I guess his irises have just become golden rings of light.
And Louie will put the tip of the sword on the ground and kind of rest his hands on the hilt. And look at Stavik.
I feel cheated, for I do not have the stomach to have a drink.
I'm sorry. I had to know that you wouldn't stab me, to be honest. That's why I kept asking those questions, to be honest. Would you stab Owen if you knew he was around, you know?
No! Just...
It's not exactly like the religion has the greatest track record.
As the vessel of Owen, you would know I only ever celebrated was not the right. Death, when it's death has always been a reason for not to mourn. And he's just he's kind of short circuiting a little bit there because he's talking to his deity's vessel, the embodiment of whoever he of the person that
it's kind of a new thing for me too. Like I said, I only sort of woke up recently. Woke up is a weird word.
How exactly does that happen?
I died but didn't.
Oh.
And then I felt my mother's magic. It's weird to say. It's really weird to say that.
How did you die?
Zu'lin exploded us.
Xander is still kneeling on the floor.
If you don't mind, I would like to put this back, though. I prefer having Xander around at full capacity. This is only for emergencies.
At your leisure, of course.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate your faithfulness, so I wanted you to be the most comfortable with this. And then he'll turn and he'll take the side of his palm and just pull it down Xander's face and then slowly flip his hand onto his chest. And then ever so gently, the blade kind of dissolves into Xander and then turns into butterflies as it touches his chest.
As this happens, Xander's body is enveloped by that golden glow again, and when it fades, the tattoos are gone, his sclera are white again, and he will slowly rise to his feet.
Thank you.
Of course.
So, I guess I have a few questions, of course.
Oh, we can't tell the others. That's for fucking sure.
Oh, I
pardon
think
my
this we
language.
need to see, keep this on the it's the three of us. Just keep for now. Just leave it that. The question that I have, so how much do you know about being Owen?
How to describe that? It's sort of like being drunk, really, really drunk, where you, or maybe are having a hangover, and the next day you sort of get flashes of what happened, but you can't connect all the dots, but you know there's some defined information in there. I mean, I tried to give you hints. I know I'm not the easiest to deal with, but I tried to tell you things without being too forward because I didn't know your intentions at the time. This is something even I've never heard of or known in a weird way. I'm sorry. Like I said, this is really new for me.
It's fine. It's for your own safety, of course. So, I mean, the next question I have is, how long have you been here?
About almost 30 years, I think.
So where have you been?
Across the sea?
No. For the last 200 years, where have you been?
He does not know the answer to this question, Stavik.
I don't know why I'm here now. It's ridiculous and goes against everything I knew. Learning about me? It's like I'm of two minds. If that makes sense. I have my life as Louie, and then I have this other life slowly coming to me.
But he is currently incomplete. You may be wondering, Stavik, when Louie read the book, the voice mentioned that Owen is not dead, he is not alive, he is not in rebirth, but he is not gone. It's because the cycle is broken. Do you remember the numerous conversations that we have had about that subject?
Yes.
And do you remember the private conversation I had with you after I stabbed myself in the chest with a replica of that knife just now, where I said, are you willing to put your life, as it were, on the line because I know a way to bring Owen back, and now the people who are responsible for this may also know.
Yes.
They were not able to find him before, but now his divine essence was hidden by me. But after performing that ritual at the temple, I am injured. Because he has a mortal body, he can only hold on to so much. A vessel that is too full will crack, will break. I, as a being that is an extension of his will, a conduit of the divine, I hold that for him. I'm a receptacle of Owen's will. But I am injured because the cycle has been broken. The rules no longer work the way they should. And so I cannot protect him as much as I should be able to. But do you now understand why this is so much more than blood magic? Do you understand why my magic interfaces with souls directly?
Yes.
Good. Then, with all due respect, Stavik, I must rescind our partnership. I don't believe it is appropriate for one such as yourself to be in a position of equal partnership with one such as myself. I hope you understand.
I do. I am but a simple paladin.
And I appreciate what you have done, and I appreciate the love that you hold for your god. And I was speaking the truth when I said that I have a lot of love for you as well, Stavik. But I need to make some things very clear to you. The actions that you take now that you know this information are even more subject to scrutiny than they have been in the past. You need to be very careful about everything that you say, everything that you think, and everything that you do. If you do anything to endanger my god. I won't even finish that sentence, Stavik, because the world, the language that we speak, does not have a word for what I will do to you. Do you understand?
Wait. I am saddened that you think I would do anything to threaten
He's just being
the well-being.
protective.
And
Such is my role.
Stavik will stand up and have his. I would assume he's. I mean, would he still have his sword with him? Would they have
Probably
disarmed
not.
him?
I don't know.
I
I don't think
imagine
we
you were
disarmed
disarmed.
you. We just put you
Oh.
in the fucking jail. We
All right,
had
then.
Dottie watching him. It's fine.
That's
that's what I
fine.
thought.
Mhm.
Okay.
So Stavik will actually his sword at his side. He will actually take it off his thing, still in the hilt inside the scabbard, and he will take it to his and kneel to Louie, and on my honor as a paladin to you. Also, I do not have any of the usual blessings or hindrances thereof. I promise to do all that I can to protect your life and well-being and your secret. Should you require it, I will hand over this shawl if it will help to keep yourself secret.
And Louie will gently place his left hand on the side of the sword, just on top of it. Thank you for your pledge. Hopefully, we don't have to hurt anyone. That's not my goal. Even of two minds, I have no interest in causing harm. Life should continue as life should, right? Ending it unnecessarily is not my interest.
It is a tragedy. A life not lived till its fullest should make everyone weep, even the god of death.
Very much so. If I
He
need
will
the shawl,
find these people that kill in blasphemous your name.
thank you, Stavik. I'm obviously still learning things as they go. Is there anything that you think I should know now that you know? I guess.
Well, you might already know my life.
I was somewhere else during your life, I think.
He, as I said before, contains a shard of that divinity, but he is incomplete, so he does not have access to the same knowledge all the time that I do.
I'm sorry.
That is okay. I have laid bare all that I am. State of who I was before meeting my wife. It is inconsequential, but I will do everything I can to help.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions and a request for you, Stavik.
Of course.
Louie steps
Should
back.
Should I call you Hells? No. And he'll kind of chuckle. No. That would give it all away.
You can call me
Should I
Xander for now.
prefer just everything as it were before this meeting, correct?
That would be appropriate.
Besides, I feel as though I sort of have claim on saying my herald. And he winks.
Indeed.
But you
Excellent.
request of me.
First, the questions. Tell me more about Ida, please.
Yeah. Edith was my life. I met her just simple in the Holy City. She was basically just a librarian. Similarly, librarian who gives miracles, not like Detlef, of course, but she was just a researcher. She, like myself, loved the knowledge of what death was, wanted to know all about it, the ins and the outs. And we would find any tomes or scrolls or bits of parchments that would glean something new. And that was mostly who she was, but she was my better half. Mother to my daughter.
I understand. Did she have any magical aptitude?
No. Just simple books. Everything that we did together was literature and, well, other things.
Xander does not look particularly amused. Tell me, what was Ida's maiden name?
That's a really good question.
That's a really good question. Good thing I have my thing right in front of me.
Was it by any chance Dick?
I hate you. I love you. And I fucking hate you. God damn it.
You're
no,
a monster, Xeno.
I don't.
You know that. Do you need a maiden name?
I do.
Do you have the spice to come up with your
you.
own? I don't think you can afford it.
Yeah, it's 100,000 spice.
God
You can always provide it later.
I do not actually have a maiden name for Ida.
That's fine. We'll just go with Schmidt.
Oh no. Please make something else.
We could just say that you provided the maiden name, and
maiden
you
yes,
could decide
I
on
provide
it
the
later.
maiden name, and we'll
Yes.
we'll fill that in.
Perfect. Excellent. And my last question for now, Stavik, is when you came to, this is a multi-part question.
Sorry.
Of course.
Did she leave anything for you?
A note?
What did it say?
said, Stavik, I hope to find you in the hereafter, but should you return before then? And he'll actually, as he's reading it, pull it out. These should keep you safe until we meet again. And he'll produce the note.
What shall keep you safe?
The shawl.
It was just the shawl and my, it was just a shawl.
So she knew.
My robes, my sword, and my shield.
She might have always known that you were going to come back.
I would like to think that she would hope.
Stavik.
And of course, our portrait, but
Yes. Well, can you recount for me the very last things that you remember during your mortal life?
I was in the room that they were doing the experiments, and they gave me a draft, and it just it was the last time I went to sleep.
I see. And then, as you told me, you spent the following 70 years in the Maelstrom, guiding souls to where they wanted to go.
Yes.
We have a saying here in Burgos, Stavik, quien siembra vientos recoge tempestades. And given your unique penchant for translating things, interestingly, perhaps you would translate this statement as, he who sows the wind reaps the maelstrom. Do you know what a reaper is, Stavik?
Oh, so there's, you go into the fields and you bring in the wheat.
Oh. He doesn't. I apologize. Sorry.
Oh, that's
How,
okay.
what do they do if their mode is a little grim?
It seems your education on the subject of your god is lacking, Stavik. We will remedy this.
Gently.
Indeed.
I'll be gentle.
I would like to be gentle as well, but I make no promises. That is dependent on your actions and your words, Stavik.
But okay.
What happens to the soul of an Owen worshipper when they die?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, feel free to make a knowledge religion check.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
make a
knowledge
knowledge
check.
religion check, baby.
Before you say that.
they go upstate.
Oh no.
They
They go to the farm.
They go to the
big
farm.
farm state.
That's why they call them Reapers, right?
Yeah.
Carolina
God.
Reapers.
Oh god, I swear to god, if I beef this, mind you, I have no modifiers.
Just the absolute worst Owen worshiper.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I mean-
why do you have no modifiers to religion?
Oh, nice.
Nice roll, though.
You know
It's an
what?
18.
Hey, that's an 18,
You know what?
baby.
How
You know
do you
some
not
things.
have any modifiers to religion?
I don't know. I don't know.
amazing.
Well, okay. To be fair, the class, the character, as a Skelly boy, there's problems there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sure. Well, so the way we can, couch this is that a lot of the information that Stavik had has, been lost, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do recall, though, Stavik, is that the Maelstrom is typically minded by beings known as Reapers, which they're effectively these chosen souls that decide whether help people through the Maelstrom, help souls through the Maelstrom to basically help cleanse them so that their souls can be moved on to the outer planes to either, be reincarnated or to be sent to dwell with their gods, things like that. So typically an Owen worshipper's afterlife is to either go through the cycle of rebirth, the same as Owen himself, and to be born anew, or in some cases to stay in the Maelstrom as a Reaper, either for some time or for permanent. But it's sort of a thing they can do as an option.
Cool.
So you would know that just
Neat.
based on your knowledge of religion. Yeah.
Good
Yay.
job, Stavik.
Possibly based on his personal experience.
Possibly based on personal experience, yeah.
Sound a little more familiar now that you
but-
thought about it.
Like, is this
So,
one of those spicy
would you
peppers?
say, was that what I was doing?
Well, that's precisely the question, Stavik. Were you the only one doing this? And why was the Maelstrom attended by a single Reaper?
There
When
should have been
Owen
more.
goes through his cycle, the Maelstrom is left as it is, which is not, as you described it, a vortex of wind that scours everything bare. So, if it is the case that you were genuinely a Reaper, why is it that you have not reincarnated, though you have come back here? Why is it that you are currently undead? And why is it that you don't seem to know of any other Reapers that were there at the time?
Well, my mother said I was always very inattentive. Can I do is there a knowledge that I can do to know if if I noticed any other Reapers?
You have no memory of such things in your time there.
Okay.
You recall
okay.
guiding souls as best you could.
I don't know the answers to this question. I just did what I thought was right. It felt right to help them.
I understand. Well, I believe that is the end of my line of questioning. Do you have anything you would like to ask? He's going to say to Louie, and then he's going to do a bow.
I suppose I am curious about what your current goals are right now.
Right now.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Yeah, where do you see yourself in 5 years, Stavik? Is it still worshipping me?
There. At this moment, I would like to find the people responsible for harming these innocent lives.
That makes sense.
To bringing back the long dead in these profane ways. And after that, have a chat with the people who, if they are still alive, had done this to me.
Stavik, I have to ask you a question, and this is not to make fun of you. This is completely serious based on the information you've given me. What would you do if your wife was one of the people that did this to you?
I know that it seems inconceivable, but we are operating under the hypothetical situation in which that impossibility is possible.
I would ask her, did she know it would happen? And thank her for at least leaving something behind for me.
No.
And then?
And then what?
Ask what? Well, if she's still around. I don't know. It hasn't occurred to me that she would be around.
I think, based on our current experiences, anything is possible.
He'll have his ungloved hand. Say impossible, however improbable. If it is the only way, must be the truth.
Sometimes it may seem like an easy answer, but sometimes that's exactly what it is.
And I want you to know, if it is my wife behind this, all of this, I will still protect you. And he's actually looking away.
Stavik, I can't.
You do not need to ask this of me. It is offered freely. What is right by the world transcends.
I do not want you fighting your wife. If that is the truth of the matter.
If that
I
is
don't
the
want you
truth
to
of the
harm you
matter,
this
then my
way.
wife is dead to me. This person in this picture, this is my wife. This is my daughter.
I know.
The person who is responsible for murdering and reanimating these bodies is no one to me.
Louie is going to move the pictures back to Stavik's chest. Just very gently to make sure that they're right where they need to be. Keep that safe, okay? It's good to keep one's heart close. Their star, if you will.
Xander smiles. Consider yourself blessed.
I still have a lot to learn, so please be patient with me.
By the butterflies, though, that kind of is a bit of a I kind of get it. It's a most between the things, but I mean, I do think they're very pretty too.
Thank you. But I suppose that's sort of my broken spirit, even so. But one could say there is a lot of connection to butterflies and corpses sometimes.
Yes. Huddling.
And there's a lot of symbolism in rebirth with butterflies, if you sit and think about it.
Stavik, it's time for that request. He is going to reach gently for Louie's hand, and specifically the joint that is in it, finger joint.
Louie will gently hand it over.
Xander, as you pick that back up from Louie's hand, it will once again begin to glow a soft orange.
Do you see Stavik? Soul bonded.
What do you request of me?
Let me hold on to this.
I will all. I mean, some might consider it weird, but hey, you can have a piece of me.
Would you like a piece of me, Stavik?
Xander.
My apologies. That was a joke. You've already taken a fair bit, so
I think I've had plenty.
he'll place it in his pouch.
I may not be the best at answering questions right now in my current state, but do you have any?
Well, I don't think so. I
Okay.
mean,
I'm happy that you're not going to kill me, to be honest. Like I said, I was really scared. I'm
No.
still mortal right now, after all, in a weird way.
and you shall remain so until it is your time.
Thank you. I'm sure Lady Dupree is coming pretty soon this morning, and I don't want the others to get too curious. Shall we depart?
Yeah.
All right.
Shall I go back into the cage?
We can just
Sorry,
all hang
please.
out downstairs. I'm sure it's fine.
No breakfast for me.
I've known Stavik. I was just
It
trying.
is a sin to waste food
It is a
after all.
sin.
Get out of here.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to Xander really, really quick.
So after
Okay.
that conversation, it is now about 8 a.m. By that point, Stavik, you move and depart the room. So my question is to both Valentino and Zu'lin. When do you typically begin your day's activities?
I'd say early, but also the night previous, Zu'lin was actually working on something regarding a bunch of blood.
Ooh,
I want to know if I
lovely.
got anything out of that.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind messaging me directly, I will keep that on the down low.
Hot.
Mm-hmm.
And Valentino, when do you typically begin your day?
Late.
Okay.
Oh, Valentino.
In that case, you are still.
The great and amazing
Curl-
Valentino does not wake for anyone.
That's true.
The Valentino needs his beauty sleep. Well, he doesn't need it, but he gets it. You can tell.
How I adore thee, Valentino.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Stavik heads out of the room, closes it behind him, and leaves Xander and Louie alone there in the room.
Are you okay? If that took a lot out of you, I want to make sure you're okay.
That is very kind of you. That was not an issue.
Okay. I'm not stabbed, so that's good.
He would not have had a chance to stab you.
I mean, there was a 23.8% chance that he would have stabbed me when I approached him with the sword, so...
No. I would not have allowed such a possibility to exist, Louie.
Thank you. I gotta go burn a manuscript. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
he'll do a short bow.
And Louie will leave and go to his room
All right.
and start a
Louis leaves
trash
the
fire.
area, and you get a wastebasket, gather up all of your manuscript and papers, toss them into the wastebasket, and then I'm assuming you have the spark spell.
I sure fucking do.
In that case, you cast
Burn the
spark
whole
into
house
that.
down.
No, it's
And
it's a
you-
metal bucket.
Oh, fair enough.
It's a trash fire. It's a good old boy's trash fire.
Mhm.
Yep.
As that is happening, Xander will take out the fragment of the pinky which glows in his hand, and he will just hold it in his fist, put it against his chest, close his eyes, and just lose himself briefly in thought.
You will note that it seems to pulse in time with your heartbeat.
God damn, that's. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Xander will put it away. And he will open his door, close it behind him, and head downstairs.
All right. Well, as you head downstairs, Louie, you are managing to place all of those wonderful words into that bucket and burn them all.
Yep. And with the bucket still on fire, he'll exit his room and go downstairs to the kitchen to get rid of it by getting water in there. It's fine. It's completely normal behavior. All right. Do you want breakfast, Xander?
I believe I should be all right, though I appreciate it. Perhaps you can make something for Detlef.
All right, I know his favorites. And Louie will get cooking breakfast.
As he is cooking, Xander is going to reach his index finger into the air and begin drawing threads of golden light that look like constellations. And as he does, he's going to make flicking and turning gestures with his hands before settling on one in particular. As he does, the others are going to flare with bright light and then collapse in on that singular constellation, which will then become a single mote of light that approaches Xander. He will hold it in his hand and it will become the shape of a star. He'll grab it in his fist and then touch it to his chest.
God damn, that's hot.
The smell of breakfast cooking is when Valentino wakes up.
I mean, fair.
Crack
Eyes
dancing.
shoot open. So, question. Oh, well, perhaps not question. Okay, yeah, with Stavik roaming about, as soon as Valentino gets to the bottom floor, he's like, oh shit, he escaped!
Oh, no, he didn't escape. He didn't escape. He
Dive
didn't.
for him.
Oh,
to
shit.
try and tackle him.
Combat maneuver.
Valentino.
You got it.
Do it. Do it. I want to see the roll. I want to see the roll.
Wow,
Valentino.
that's a 6?
So, Stavik, you
Jumping
suddenly
over, like,
feel like a small child pulling on your leg. It's like you're just standing there, but like you can just like feel someone like kind of tugging at your clothes, and you're not entirely sure if this person's serious or not.
Valentino, he was watched all night.
I'm just getting started. I'm ready to bring the fucker down. Don't you worry.
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything all night. We just let him out for the morning.
I'm gonna play this.
Like a cat.
Stavik is now. Stavik, being a dad, he will assess the situation, and he's going to play as if he has been taken down. I'm gonna do I'm guessing a bluff or a performance.
I'll take either. Sure.
Okay. Let's see. Bluff. Yeah, we'll take a bluff. Sure. Not 20. Fucking let's go.
Damn.
Oh hell yeah! Nat 20.
Yes.
All right. Stavik, you sell this. You managed to really just throw yourself down to the ground.
Oh no, sis, please. I surrender, please. No.
Valentino.
I did not mean to.
Oh my God!
I-
You're hurting him. You're hurting him.
Really. I'm not as familiar with Pathfinder. Does someone who's prone provoke sneak attack?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Valentino, we let him out of the
Well,
cage. We let him out of the cage. He's not doing anything wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm making breakfast. Hey, breakfast.
He's
Yum.
he's
It
gonna
smells great, by the way.
Thank you.
behind Valentino's. He's gonna give the It's like it's okay. It's okay.
Valentino, we let
Yes.
Stavik out because he'd been in the cage all day, and Dottie made a log of him being in the cage the entire time with nothing changing. You see that stack
Bizarre.
of papers?
I'm just kind of nod.
That's all.
Sheath the sword.
It's all
All right, good work.
Dot's stuff. He's cool for right now.
Watching you.
We'll see if no bodies turn up today.
You think that fall was bad?
Oh.
So I'm starting to think you're making fun of me.
He's
It would be foolish for him
Dangerous
to make
mistake
such an
indeed.
error.
I know.
And
I'm
Xander
sorry.
says-
I had a weird fucking dream, you guys.
oh.
Say more.
Well, like fucking actually go with anything.
Oh, was it like a nightmare or?
No, it was like it was like the same as always, where like I'm like, you know, like a god, but like in a less figurative sense.
That's funny.
Hmm. And what do you do as a god?
Whatever the fuck I would do anyway.
Hmm.
Oh,
It's not
Makes
really like
sense.
anyone tells Valentino no.
I have concerns.
That
Why? What
sounds
would you do?
I would try to make the world a better place.
Yeah, exactly. Valentino.
I'm actually not sure how I
Precisely.
would have assumed that, but all right. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to the beets and pickles and stuff.
As Louie says that, Xander is going to get up from his chair and he's going to head upstairs.
On your way up the stairs, I believe you passed Zu'lin in the hallway.
You do pass Zu'lin. Good morning, friend.
Good morning, Zu'lin. Did you have a restful night?
For the most part, although some of my experiments leave a bit of the brain being racked, as they say.
Well, perhaps we can all discuss it when we're downstairs. Maybe we can shed some light on the mystery, as it were.
Perhaps, if you wouldn't mind. In fact, it does have to do with you after all.
That makes sense. You did take a significant portion of my blood.
A small amount.
I see. Well, certainly.
I promise I spared you plenty.
Thank you.
Oh fuck.
Would you like to talk about it now then, or later on?
Oh, we could perchance discuss it during breakfast?
That sounds like a lovely idea. In that case, I will meet you downstairs.
Lovely. And Zu'lin will just pace down the stairs. Quite happy that he's going to get some information.
As you make your way down to the first floor of the building, you find Stavik laying on the ground. Valentino is standing triumphantly over him.
I've got them incapacitated, don't worry.
I would expect nothing more from you, friend. Are we going to determine if our friend has been indeed murdering the people around town?
Well, we'll find out if he did last night. Apparently, Dot has taken care of the alibi.
Did anything appear in the notes?
Sometimes he itched his eye socket.
It's his eye socket, but he doesn't
That-
have skin. That is very suspicious.
I think it's just like ghost muscle memory. Probably.
I think it is like phantom pain.
A phantom pain. I mean, there's definitely a potential you'd still retain your cognitive functions after all. Although, if the papers are clearing your name, we can always hope that there's a dead body. Of course, only in a way of showing your innocence, of course.
We could start going through the papers.
As this is happening, Xander is going to knock quietly on Bastion's door.
You hear a voice on the other side. It's open.
Xander will pop it open.
You pop it open, and you see Bastion is sitting at a desk in there. There's some papers strewn out in front of him, and he's kind of just like looking over them. But he looks back over at you as you open the door. Oh, hey, what's up, Xando? What's up?
Not much. I just wanted to say good morning to you, I suppose. He's going to say as he just kind of like leans in and just takes a look at the flowers in the vase.
Yeah. Good morning, Xando. Yeah, the flowers are still there. Why does it smell like beets?
I believe Louie is cooking right now. Are you working on something?
Not really. What? Are we ready to do something today?
I think
any
people
leads
are...
to catch the killer?
Yes, potentially. I think Zu'lin has to talk with us about something, and perhaps Stavik may provide some enlightenment on what he's been up to these past few times he's been gone, but I honestly just wanted to see your face.
Oh, thanks,
See if
Xando.
it's as stupid as foretold.
You're welcome.
That's nice of you, bro. It's good to see you too.
Would you like to join us for breakfast?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a big fan of beets, but yeah, I'll join you.
He'll step back out.
Bastion will follow you, close the door behind him, and will follow you as you return to the first floor of the building.
Xander's just kind of smiling to himself as he walks in front of Bastion.
All right, and then a moment later, the group has arrived. Everyone is now downstairs. Bastion walks to the bottom of the stairs and notes that Stavik is just lying on the floor. Kind of gives him a weird look. What, did he
Selling
get out
it.
or something?
I let him out. Louie just calls from the kitchen.
Oh, okay then.
No, you see, I'm dead. See, Valentino vanquished me.
Good morning, Bastion.
Oh, good morning, bro. Is that... Are you making beats?
Yeah.
It's kind
And pickled onions, but those are gonna take a little bit longer. So, beets.
it's,
I also cooked up some meat too because I figured that's not everyone's taste.
Oh, okay, cool. I was gonna say, like, that's kind of a weird choice for breakfast, but maybe
I
that's like a
can't
thing.
pour the ale part though, so you'll have to do that yourself.
Oh, okay. Like,
Oh.
do you need help?
Pour it for you.
Bastion steps into the kitchen, looks around.
Do you
Sure.
want to help me cut up stuff?
Sure, I'm pretty good with a knife.
I know. Don't stab me
He
in the
gives you a
kidney.
smile. And he'll take his knife out and thinks about it, puts his own knife away, and then grabs a kitchen knife.
Very good. I didn't know you were such a quick learner.
And I just figured people would get all weird about it because they'd be like, I taste kidney on this. And I'd be like, sorry, that's me.
I think Xander was calling to you though, just so you know.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Hold on. Xander, what's up?
Oh, nothing. I just wondered whether you needed someone to pour your ale for the morning.
No? No, I can handle myself, I guess. Thanks, though. Is there anything I can do to help you?
I think I'm all right, but I appreciate it.
Cool. I'm gonna go help Bro in there because there's some vegetables that need cut up.
Yeah,
And I
we
mean,
do
you've seen-
this here.
You've seen Bro try to like use a knife before, right? It's all kind of like awkward.
Hey,
He'll eye Stavik on the ground.
Is Stavik still on the
Briefly.
ground?
Stop. Is that what?
Is
Is he
Stavik
still
still
on
on
the
the ground?
Oh yeah, he's still playing. He's playing dead.
he's just pretending to be dead, I guess.
Zu'lin will put out his hand to see if he takes it, bring it back up.
And he'll notice and he'll take it.
All right, I'd like to do a sleight of hand check as I'm pulling up by his arm. If
Uh-huh.
I can get a small scraping of bone from his forearm.
Yeah, go for the sleight of hand on that.
Wow.
Let's go.
Doesn't really matter if I get it or not. I'm doing it anyway.
I adore Zu'lin.
Oh my
Net
fucking
20!
god.
Oh shit!
Oh my god.
This will end well.
All right. So not only do you succeed in getting a bone scraping, but you do so in such a way that Stavik doesn't notice. Congratulations.
Wow.
Holy shit.
My
You
god!
got your bone scraping.
You finally got
you
your nat
freak.
20. You creepy,
I did.
creepy man. Jesus.
worked,
Baby bird
everyone.
man.
We were all here for it.
Oh, I'm glad you're doing fine, friend. Oh, I seem to have forgotten something in my room. And Stavik's gonna go back to his room real quick.
That
So
was
Zu'lin heads out of there
weird.
and goes to stash all that stuff.
All right, I need you to mince this garlic and then cube the meat, please.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
And Bastion will just start to.
Oh, and
Do
thin
his-
slices on this
do his
vegetable,
business.
please.
All right.
And Louie's
Oh,
got
he
like 2 different pots that he's handling at once while he's cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And then like from time to time his like right foot will nudge Bastion as if a way to say like next thing.
Yeah, it's right here. Okay,
Mhm.
that's done. Yeah. He continues slicing and cutting. And as the two of them work on their meal, what is the rest of the group doing?
Ah, found something. Stavik, it says here that you tapped once, and then 3 times, and then once again. Like, this is some code. What does this mean? I see you
no,
did
this
this
is a,
multiple times.
Yes, it was a beat from an old village song. Unfortunately, the village people, they're probably not alive anymore.
All,
The village
all of them?
people aren't alive anymore.
I just want you to know how angry I am with you right now. You may not be able to see it on my face, but I'm seething with fury. Thanks, Stavik.
You got
That
it.
was awful.
You got it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm proud of that. I'm very proud of that one. Anyway, no, see, you realize I don't sleep, right? Like, at all.
Yes, that's quite suspicious as well.
Time, it is all here. I'm witnessing all of it. So, please forgive me to, try to pass the time by reminiscing old music.
Is your body unable to experience unconsciousness as well?
Well, I've never tried, but I think not.
But you've not tried yet, which means we do have some tests we could potentially try out.
Well, logically, I cannot be poisoned. Logically, I cannot be, knocked unconscious, as it were, because as you can probably shine a light, and it would just bounce around in its air. So that probably would have happened if when I was alive too. At least that's what my wife would say.
And as you're all having that conversation, you suddenly hear a knock at the door.
Dinner's ready. I mean,
Does
breakfast.
it match the shaving a haircut knock on the door?
It is not shaving a haircut knock, but there is a knock at the front
God damn
door.
it.
Right as Louie comes out to announce that breakfast is finished. And as you all turn toward the sound of the knocking to your south, that is where we'll take our first break.
And welcome back to Check Please, everyone.
And with that, you all hear a knock at the door to your south. Seems you have guests.
I'll make another serving plate for
See
our
if that's
guests.
necessary.
Valentino cuts Zu'lin off.
Didn't mean to do. I can only move in like 5-foot spaces.
All right, Valentino, you make your way to the entrance to the building.
Just me.
There's a knock upon the door.
Yeah, I'll open the door.
All right. You open the door, and standing before you is
Fucking 12
a tall man with white hair wearing fine clothes. He looks down at you, kind of a grim expression on his face. Lady Dupree is here to see you. I believe this was a known appointment.
That's correct. Thank you.
He steps into the building, and behind him you see Lady Dupree is following him. You also see out in the road there are two members of the Copper Brotherhood that were escorting the pair. They take positions outside your office, seeming to wait until they're finished here. But
Right.
Tovers and Lady Cassara Dupree step into the room. And Lady Cassara looks around
Louie will set
with
down some plates and then go upstairs to get Xander.
She looks around and seems not. You're not sure how to read her expression, but she definitely seems like all of this is somehow covered in just a little bit of grime for her taste.
Bitch gave us this place. What do you want?
Wow. This
It's never
bitch.
good enough.
I don't
See,
believe her.
that's the thing about nobles, right?
I've been in some nice fucking places, like with modern cleaning technology, and I'm not like, wow, I can see the grime on the walls in this perfectly normal building. This is an act. Grem is frantically trying to remember what the fuck we invited here for. I just remembered that we did.
We told
Oh, we
her
have
about the
Xander.
body.
Well, yeah, that's what we
Well,
already told her that.
she-
What did
Said she would come here to talk to us more because she
Okay.
didn't seem to
Okay.
want to
Also-
talk about it.
Her husband was a member of the cult that worships Owen.
Yeah,
I
That
remember all
stopped-
that.
disciples.
Yes, we're trying to get information from her about that specifically.
Okay, so she's here to talk to us, not to ask questions.
Hmm
Cool,
I'm gonna
Little of both.
knock
Sure,
on
but
Xander's
she's got
door.
questions.
There's a slight pause. Yes, Louie?
Lady Dupree is here.
Oh. Xander will go to the door and open it, and you can see that he is still holding that fraction of Stavik's pinky that is glowing while he touches it. As you look at him, make me a perception check.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Oh no.
I don't know how to do this.
It's pretty low DC.
Okay. So Louis gets a decent result, 16.
You would see, you probably noticed this before, but Xander he seems a little bit spacey right now, and also seems just extremely tired.
Are you okay?
I will be, he says as he pockets the fragment of the pinky, which I believe stops glowing when he stops touching it. Shall we go see what Lady Dupree has to say?
Yeah. I think it would be best if I save my questions for the end. But I am gonna go get my gift really quick.
Oh, perfect.
And Louis will go into his room, get something from there first, close up his door, check that Xander is coming still, and then he will head downstairs with him.
And as you return to the first floor, you find Bastion is in the process of trying to have a conversation with Lady Dupree. And
What's he doing? What's he saying?
yeah, what's he saying to Dupree?
yeah, so like, it's a pretty cool office. Thanks for the digs and all this place. It's pretty cool, but like, maybe we could use like another building next to it would be pretty cool. That way we have like even more space. Cause like maybe like a storefront, someplace we could like.
Sure, there's a lot of expertise to contain in one building. He's got the point. As much as I hate to ask for more.
Lady Kasara just looks at both of you just with this look of just total disbelief. I was asked here because you had information to share with me,
Of course, yes.
or questions. I didn't realize this was all of you begging for scraps. What is it that is this the only thing you want from me? It's more financial support?
No,
Of course not.
I believe last time you said that you weren't in the right space to talk about the subject matter, which
I
we
did
had
not want to
discussed.
discuss my departed husband in front of my entire family.
Understandable. Well, they are not here presently, so if it is not too much of a burden, I would appreciate it if we could continue that discussion.
Tovers, I will be back with you shortly. And she nods. Tovers will take the hint and step out of the room.
Wow.
Bad choice.
We
Oh,
all
no,
just
no. She's not
go
stuck.
around her and
she-
start stabbing her like Julius Caesar.
She's not stuck in here
Oh,
with
yeah.
you. You're stuck in here with her.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even want to know what she's got going on under the hood of that character sheet. Terrifying.
I'm sure.
Sure.
So she looks to all of you and says, "Very well. What is it that you wish to discuss?"
Louis
Well,
just crosses his arms and waits.
Xander will turn to see if anybody else has anything pressing that they want to bring up.
Nope. I don't-
Go ahead, Xander.
In that
Yeah,
case,
for sure. Just waiting for
Xander
Xander.
will tuck his hair behind an ear and say, I believe the last thing we mentioned before you requested a slight recess was the circumstances behind your late husband's untimely death. If you could perhaps elaborate a little more, that would be much appreciated. We believe it may be tied into the investigation.
I'm not sure how someone who died years before these murders ever happened has anything to do with them.
Well, I would agree with you if we didn't find his body in the god's home and then speak to his soul yesterday.
It's because magic is involved, of course.
He perished years ago in a tragic accident. The carriage that he was riding in, it toppled over when he was traveling through a mountainous pass.
Where?
Northern Burgos.
The large mountain range?
No. The one north of Rosalejo.
I see. Do you happen to know why he was there?
Well, I suppose it was a business venture of some kind. Some of his friends had a business there that he was working on something or other. I didn't really get involved in the specifics of his day-to-day life in that sort of depth, at least when it comes to his own activities. That was his business.
I see. And did the driver of the carriage also perish then?
I'm afraid yes.
This is a very difficult question, and I am very sorry that I have to ask it, but how long did it take before the body was returned to you here in Luciana?
His remains were brought back here about 2 weeks or so.
I see. And then you had him buried at Respite Acres?
Yes. Our family has a plot there.
He will look to the others as if to ask for their thoughts on whether to share information that we haven't shared yet.
Louie's still crossing his arms and just he's giving an expression that's more like, you just tell me when, to Xander.
If nobody else says anything, he will continue. Could you perhaps name some of these friends that he had this business venture with? We believe that there's a possibility some element of foul play may be at work.
I don't recall their names. This was years ago. He had friends and business partners from all over the city. And like I said, I didn't ask him every piece of business that he did.
Of course. Well, could you tell me a little bit about the garments that he was buried in? Was he wearing any particular jewelry or item that perhaps could be of note? Perhaps an heirloom?
I don't believe so. He was dressed and buried in one of his suits.
Well, I unfortunately must let you know that we have traveled to the Respite Acres cemetery, and there is no trace of a coffin whatsoever, much less anything inside, in the plot that belongs to your family.
But you have his body is with the God's home.
Yes, though, as my associate pointed out last night, he does not physically match either a body with the level of decomposition appropriate for 9 years in a grave, or the portrait that we saw that you had mentioned was done around the same time. He looks quite young.
If you're needing someone to identify the body, I can do that. If that is what you require of me.
We spoke to the soul, which seemed to confirm that it was Antonio Dupree, but if it would help to see the body and perhaps take it back, we would, of course, want you to have that at the very least. What can you tell me of the gravekeeper of the cemetery?
I recall him being a drunkard, a great fat man. He spit when he spoke.
Do you recall a name?
No. I'm sure I heard it, but my mind has thrown it out as useless information.
Of course. Your family doesn't happen to own any gambling houses, do they?
Not that I'm aware of.
I see.
Well, is that man still in charge of the cemetery, or was the last time you dealt there was 9 years ago and you haven't since?
I don't keep tabs on who runs cemeteries.
I see. Well, we believe that stewardship of the cemetery may have passed on to another individual, so we just wanted to verify this information.
Well, if I see him, I can point out if that was the correct man, if that is, again, what is required of me for this, but the less I have to participate in your business, the better.
Understood. Do you have any questions for us before we continue? He'll say, eyeing Louie.
Louie's just gently tapping this canvased board that he's holding onto. It's facing towards him, though, not towards Lady Dupree. He's just tapping on the edge with a smile.
Oh, fuck.
Pardon me for being so blunt, but this entire venture was intended to add a bit of prestige and feathers to the family. And I feel as if you have drug us down into this muck. So if there's anything you require of me, let it be known now that I may deal with it and leave you to your work.
Louis stands up very promptly, hands very similarly on the canvas as he did with the sword before. May I?
But of course.
All right. First, Lady Dupree, I wanted to say that I made a painting for you. And he turns it around, and it is a painting of a sailboat on the sea at twilight. It's simply a gift, as thanks for your hospitality of allowing us to stay here for the moment. And he'll go
She
over.
blinks a few times looking at this painting. I did not realize that you were a skilled painter.
I like almost every art form, to be honest. Currently,
You
charcoals.
actually got the rigging correct.
I've been on one, ma'am.
So have I.
Good for you.
I was...
Oof.
Never mind.
Please, go on.
I was simply impressed. Not very many painters seem to understand the way the rigging is supposed to work. They typically just put lines between them, thinking that everything's connected with ropes.
Oh, no, absolutely not. This one goes to the boom. Obviously, well, I don't know if you've ever been hit by one, but I understand why it's called the boom. I like being accurate, ma'am.
This is a lovely painting, and a gift that I appreciate. How may I assist?
And Louis leans forward over the canvas. Have you ever heard of the disciples?
Please make a perception check.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna roll that too.
Yeah, may as well.
It has been rolled. And I'm right.
Louis,
I'm right there with her.
you're right there in her face, and you can see that when you say the word disciples, her eye twitches just a little bit. Just rumors, things like that.
We've heard some rumors too. Maybe more factual than rumors, though. I am curious. Before I say what I intend to say, maybe you should say it first.
Go ahead.
We believe that your husband was associated with them.
Of course. I've heard all these stories before.
What have you heard?
Look, the nobility of this city is often easily bored, and the fad of the week is always the most exciting thing. Sometimes it's Parthenian cuisine, sometimes it's Sejun fashion, sometimes it's Darahamish dancing. There was a time when Antonio got caught up in a fad of secret ritual.
What do you know of what he did? Because
He did the same thing that the other nobles did at the time. He threw on fanciful robes and met under midnight under a naked moon and chanted a few things. Everyone thought that it was such a scandalous thing to be part of. It was titillation for the young and the bored.
Kisara, are any of them still alive?
I don't know who any of them were, really. I only went to one of their little parties. And I'll tell you that most of those people had no idea what they were talking about or doing.
Can you tell me?
They were nobles playing a game of dress up. That's all.
Tell me in as much detail as you can of what happened, because that actually might have to do with the case.
I remember everyone was wearing these strange gray robes. They would talk about cycles and talk about power and life, and it was so much bandying about because they wished to be young forever and to have power and wealth and things like that. It's the kind of things that,
You know, it's
like
kind of weird that like all the the people who are dead are young right now in the God's Home.
Is Louie saying that out loud?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Every name that we have found that has been associated with the disciples currently that we have checked into is within the age range of 18 to 35.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that the disciples' little rituals actually did something?
Maybe.
Something of some extent, at least.
Oh, please. Half of those people barely even understood what they were reading off of those scrolls.
And did you?
I didn't take part in any silly rituals. I said I went to one of their little soirees. I didn't participate.
I
One
asked if you
person did
understood
know.
what they were saying.
Of course not.
Well, if someone did, that's all it takes. One person just has to be a ringleader.
Indeed. Did anyone you recognized potentially seem more involved or more invested in the outcome of the ritual, more learned perhaps?
I don't
Sometimes.
recall any ringleaders. I mean, even the host was only hosting the rest of the disciples for that particular meeting. I'm afraid I wasn't exactly as interested in that particular fad as my husband was. And like I said, even he fell out of interest in it after some time. It's just something that the nobility had happened to latch onto for that week, that month.
Is there anyone you're still familiar with that either went with you or that you remember being there?
This was many years ago.
I know.
Understand? No. A lot of them passed on in various ways. She stops and thinks about it. I've actually never really thought about it, but I think all of them passed on at different times.
Louie's just making an I told you so face.
Are you serious? You believe that this ritual caused all of them to die?
I am religiously so serious.
Stavik is gonna pipe up and say, "You'd be very surprised that, partaking in rituals that you don't know the full extent of the consequences and such."
Yeah.
You're saying that Antonio's accident was because of some stupid party that we went to years before. I'm not sure I believe that.
Do you remember that the host of that party Do you remember what they looked like?
Yes, but he died about 6 years after the fact. A heart disease of some kind, if I remember.
What was their names, you know?
Stavik, no.
It's not important.
Actually, it is.
You wish to go and dig up their body as well?
Oh, I don't think we have to, actually. I'm pretty sure they're in the God's home.
Or they're running around, perhaps planting other ones.
True. Maybe he succeeded in living young forever.
Again, that all seems very doubtful to me.
Look, speculation or not, this is our lead, and we need to follow it to bring ease to your city. The thing you hired us to do.
And wouldn't it be a very large feather in your family's cap to uproot the evil, even if it goes all the way to the top?
Or
as it were?
To be
Into the
clear, we're
dirt.
not here to defame your family's name. There's really no reason for this to come to the public. Doesn't seem like your husband had anything to do with the actual murders, but this is our lead, and we will find the truth,
thank you,
whether or
Valentino.
not we believe it.
So, Lady Kasara, please help us. We want this all to end too.
It's one thing to catch a killer and be hailed as heroes. It's another thing if you're going to try to shake up the entire noble class of the city. That is certainly not what I expected from this.
Well, that's what I spent from the beginning.
No matter what, the truth will out.
So, either you're with us as one of the only good noble families of Luciana, or you're not.
I already said I would assist with this investigation. What is it that... Do you wish me to identify my husband's body again?
No.
Girl,
That'll
I
be
just-
at your discretion.
I mean, Louie will turn to Xander. Is that even necessary?
We already have identified it quite well.
I guess we could double check. Maybe you recognize the other people too?
Xander doesn't respond.
Zu'lin will get up. Oh, there's no need wasting time. If she is interested in aiding us in this prospect, I say we go to the god's home and just see if there's any that she recognizes then.
I agree. Everyone else savvy with that?
Was good.
All right.
Eliazara?
We are a ring of truth seekers, so let's try this.
All right. So the group leaves the offices, heads back into the city of Luciana, and you all make your way from your offices back down to the God's Home, a route that you're now quite familiar with.
Louie's gonna touch Xander's arm on the way there. Are you alright?
Xander seems to be more focused now that you have left the office. He will nod a little bit to Louie and say, I did a slight bit of divination.
Okay. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
Thank you, Louie.
And we'll walk to the God's Home.
You make your way to the God's home. The guards, of course, allow you inside. And Lady Kasara seems incredibly uncomfortable being taken back into the morgue.
Yeah, she calls this place grimy. It's a little less offensive.
There's, of course, an escort of Copper Brotherhood that followed you all the way down from your offices to here.
Of course.
Zu'lin will present the slew of options.
It's a buffet of macabre.
Mm-hmm.
And behind door number 2, we have
Your husband!
Your husband!
Yeah, so within one look at the body, she will, of course, wince and look away and nod and say that is him. Almost as if he had half of his age restored to him.
Zu'lin will then point to the other ones away from that corpse. The ones that we've identified as most likely nobles. And I'd like to see if she recognized any of these people as people she knew.
She'll go through the list or to the whole grouping. She is incredibly uncomfortable back here, and she'll point to a few and then leave the room, seemingly having difficulty breathing.
Louie will follow her.
Xander will too.
He'll actually be quiet and let her breathe first before he speaks up. Miss, I'm sorry.
What else is it that you want from me?
I was hoping you'd be able to point us at a lead, to be honest. This is all really... Pardon my language, but it's really fucked up. I didn't want to bring you here. I'm sorry.
Zu'lin will exit the room. I am hoping that potentially these all have something to do with the disciples as well. My lady, do any of these appear to be those that were in that circle?
I recognized a few of them, yes, but not all. Not even most of them.
All right. As a follow-up to that, are there any members of the assembly that you attended that you are aware had not died under strange circumstances?
As odd as it is that I've never really considered it, no. Everyone that I remember seeing at that particular party had passed on. Now that was more than 30 years ago. And most of those times, it's not like they all died at once. It was spread out over the course of decades.
I see.
I suppose I never really thought that they were related.
Understood.
And where perchance were these parties taking place just regular residences or specific locations?
That particular party was at a residence. Another noble family had hosted it. One of the members of their family was particularly interested in in playing at magic like I said, all of this was a fad for everyone involved. No one really believed any of it.
I see. Does an A within a circle mean anything to you?
She shakes her head no.
Shit.
If I were to ask another question that seems unrelated to all of this, how many keys are there to our front door, and are you aware of any other individuals who would have access to such a thing?
All of the keys to the building should have been turned over to you.
We were only given one.
I know of no other copies. I understand my involvement in this was simply telling it to be done. It's not like I went and purchased this thing on my own.
Of course.
I have people for this.
Who did it for you?
The staff.
Do you know specifically any of your staff? Which specific one?
I gave the order to Tovers directly, and then he took it from there.
Hmm. I see. Was Tovers with you at the disciples thing when you went originally?
No. Tovers has only been in my employ for the last 15 or so years.
Well, wasn't that around that time anyways?
No, that party was 30 years ago.
Oh, I
Minimum.
apologize. I apologize.
Did you have a previous person before Tovers took the job?
Of course. It's... Yes, why wouldn't I?
I just want to know who they are.
Still live.
His name was Joaquin, but he retired from age.
I see. Could you tell me a little bit about Captain Arno?
The copper captain?
Yes.
I only know him by reputation. I don't think I've ever met with him in person.
I see. How long has he been in charge of the force? Do you know?
He's not in charge of the force. He's in charge of one building, if that.
Yes. How long has he been in that position?
I have no idea.
Understood.
I'm flattered that you think I have such encyclopedic knowledge of the inner workings of this city, but I don't see truly why you would think I would know these sorts of things.
It's just that we have encountered several cases of the strangest, most random piece of information that a person knows somehow tying into the rest of the investigation. So we thought it necessary to be thorough just in case.
I'll be prepared to hear a lot of I have no ideas then.
That is not an issue. He'll turn to the other folks to see if they have anything else to ask or add.
Should we ask Tovers just in case about purchasing the office?
I actually have one question, perhaps a request. It is very strange, and I apologize in advance. Do you remember the night we met and the mystery that we uncovered?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Do you remember the details of the night that we met?
Oh, the grisly business at the inn, of course.
Yes.
Why I decided to hire all of you for this, and... Yeah, anyway, continue.
What you doing?
The victim of said crime matches the description of several of the victims here in Luciana.
I'm sorry, was there a question involved?
I suppose I wanted to ask if there was a way in which we could investigate that murder again.
The one back at the Crossing Inn.
Indeed. I heard that you used a teleportation service to return here to Luciana. Would it be possible to request the body be transported through some sort of service?
I imagine that that poor woman has already been laid to rest. There are teleportation services in town for the right coin, but I don't see how this is related to this, and nor do I see that this is worth the expenditure to send someone to the other side of Burgos to dig up some poor dead girl who you have already investigated the death of.
Well, she had ritual carvings done on her stomach, which match that of many of the victims here in Luciana. She also happens to be the wife of a noble, or someone from a noble family. So it is not incorrect to say that there may be some connection. We're not necessarily saying that there is. It just seems very strange that the cause of death and the state of the body afterwards match so cleanly. And we believe it may help with understanding what happened to your husband and putting his soul to rest.
It's an interesting theory, but I'm afraid that's outside of the price range I'm willing to spend on your services.
Understood. He'll look to the others.
May we speak with Tovers briefly?
Very well. She turns and will summon Tovers, and then walk away. Tovers walks up.
What you
Yes.
fucking do it, Tovers? What you do?
You were in charge of purchasing the office, correct?
I'm in charge of a great many things. I receive my orders directly from Lady Dupree herself.
Uh-huh. And did you do that one?
Partially, yes.
Well, did you only receive one key when you purchased it?
Yes.
And what do you mean by partially?
Well, I have a staff that works with me as well.
Okay.
The Duprees employ a great many people.
You know what? I'm gonna sense motive if that he only got one key, just in case.
Sure. Go ahead.
Let's fucking go,
You think
baby
the butler
boy.
did it?
You know,
you think
it's
the
a
butler did
high
it?
possibility.
With the candle?
With the
You
candlestick.
think that this is gonna be that tropey that the butler did it?
I
Come on.
honestly didn't think of it that way. I'm just
Okay.
trying to go with what information we're given, dude. We don't have much to work off past
Well,
this
now that
one
you
lead.
said so.
So Louie, you get the sense that he's probably telling the truth. He seems, if anything, his answers are short and to the point, and he doesn't seem to bandy about words.
If for some reason anyone else had a key to this place, who would it be?
the previous owners, if they had perhaps decided to keep a copy or multiple and not tell anyone, that seems the most likely option.
Okay. May we have their contact info?
Very well. I will retrieve it for you and get it to you soon.
Thank you.
Would you care to share the names of any members of your staff that begin with the letter A? I know this is a strange request.
You wish to know every staff member whose name starts with the letter A.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Andy.
Aardvark.
No.
You can provide the list with the other information if that is easier, but I only ask because in our conversation with the lady of the house, we learned some information that could potentially indicate that she is at risk if, and it is unlikely, a member of your staff is connected to all of these events. I think it is better to do your due diligence and investigate small details, even if it seems they will amount to nothing, than not and be unable to undo the consequences if it turns out that there was something actually there.
Tover will walk away then.
Oh, fuck, what do we do now? Just like watching everyone leave. And he just turns to the group. I'm at a loss. I don't know what we're supposed to do today. I was hoping Lady Dupree would give us something, and obviously she did give us something, but like, it's really,
Well,
I don't know.
not conclusive. I think that there are a couple of avenues for exploration. We could check on Lombardos again, just to see if anything has happened. We could potentially return to our office because Zu'lin had something he wanted to discuss with all of us.
That's true.
We could potentially see if our favorite diviner is in today and perhaps do some more communication.
Well, we are
We
right
could look
here.
into the body that was claimed, etc. There are several avenues.
So if the people who died were Owen worshippers, they would either they would be reapers, as they
Why did you do that? Why did you do the
Simply-
finger quotes?
He's
See,
just weird.
if they're
I don't
See-
really think you're like in a spot to be doing finger quotes about Owen worshippers right now, man.
it seems very like these people they're doing it as Lady Dupree was describing them. They were doing it as a fad. They were doing it for funsies, as it were.
Indeed.
Think
Nobles.
they knew what
So-
the maelstrom is?
So
Yes, Stavik?
why? I don't think asking their souls is going to help any necessarily, unless we have. Did we
can
have
ask them-
Is the body of the leader? Is he? What Lady Dupree described? Is he in there?
Of the bodies
She
that
said they
she
didn't have a leader.
pointed out, was he amongst them at all, or?
The one who hosted, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Beardy.
Potentially, she didn't give you an up or down on that. She just said she recognized more of the bodies, but not even most of them. She recognized a
Well-
few.
She did give us a description of the person who was hosting, or if I recall correctly.
No.
Oh, I thought she did.
I don't think she did, but
So-
she did point to several bodies, so we at least know bodies that she recognizes.
But yeah, but from your Speak with Deads, you know that those bodies date back like 100 years ago. So if they're spaced out across the last century, then yeah, she wouldn't know very many of them at all.
No.
That makes sense. One thing that they could potentially provide is answers to what sorts of rituals they attended and which was the last ritual they attended and the events of those rituals. So I don't believe that Speak with Dead is a bad option.
No,
fact-
I don't think so either. Yeah.
I think it might be helpful if our friend is around.
Are they?
You want to go find that diviner?
If he happens to be there.
Louie
Find
will
that
wait outside
diviner.
again.
Sure. He's around. He figured you would all be in today. He had a sense that you'd be needing his services again. It's the
Yeah,
beauty
he
of.
should realistically always be around when we need him.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's avoiding us specifically.
Right, and unless he's specifically avoiding you, yeah. Which he may just start doing. We'll see.
But then he would be stopping his divine reading, right?
No, he just knows that you need him, and he's like, not going to be over there then.
Xander
Gonna wear
will
him out.
gesture for Zu'lin to take point.
Oh, I'd take point 4. All right, are we with the?
Yeah, you can go
diviner?
track him down for sure.
So Zulin's going to approach. Excuse me, sir. We would like to ask more questions of this body, and I'm going to point to one of the ones that Dupree had given us the okay that this was one of the people that were in the group. Now, and Zulin's going to turn to the party. What in particular questions are we going to ask today? Obviously, we want to know about what rituals were enacted.
Indeed. We probably want to ask about the last ritual they attended.
Find out
What
if they
was
do
the-
have some kind of leader. Or someone who is sending the messages, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Like, what was the... Well, not just what the ritual was, but what it was intended to do. Like,
We
what was
might
the...
want to specify the last Owen ritual. I believe these disciples knew that they were in some way interacting with Owen.
Indeed.
Otherwise, they may give us some example of washing their hands as a quote-unquote ritual.
Perhaps.
Let's pray for a Zu'lin laugh to cap that one off.
Perhaps we can ask what are the details of the last noble gathering you attended in which rituals were performed to Owen. And see if they share anything.
Indeed, that seems quite compelling. What I believe that'd be one question. What would be the other two?
Who
question.
hosted the parties?
Seems relevant.
It would be... Well, it would be pertinent for us to find out if there's a common person who was running the show. Was there someone who gathered all these disciples?
Right, that's what I said.
We can also potentially ask if they had contacts with anyone outside of the city that perhaps introduced this trend of Owen worship. We can ask about whereabouts it came from.
What was that last one?
Basically, did anyone from those gatherings have contact with, or what are the names of any associates from outside of town that may have been involved with these gatherings, potentially?
Okay.
Or perhaps we could even ask who started the trend.
Right.
Go for it.
So, who hosted the Owen rituals? Describe the details about the last Owen ritual you participated in, and who started the Owen ritual trend. Is that correct, friend?
That seems to be correct.
I'll turn to our good old friend, the diviner, who is so happy to be here.
He is.
Oh.
Let me tell you, he's so happy to be here. Always is.
Sounds excited.
Yeah. Are we ready?
Indeed. Just let me know when the questions are ready to be asked.
Well, remember, it's 3 questions. No more, no less. And this is the body you wish? He gestures to the one you're standing next to.
And Zu'lin will give a hearty nod.
Very well. And he will perform a short spell casting. Places a hand on the shoulder. And as he finishes, the body, of course, is going to do that normal thing that it always does in these situations, which is going to sit up and kind of looks at you with its dead eyes.
What's wrong with that, yo?
Girl, you don't have
Describe-
eyes.
Oh, true.
Question, Zu'lin.
Describe the... That'd be a question.
What are the details of, potentially?
What are the details about the last Owen ritual you participated in?
Whoa. Well, that takes me back. That must have been about 33 years ago. I threw a whopper of a party. Though they did manage to get the hors d'oeuvres wrong after I was very clear that I wanted shrimp puffs served. There were no shrimp puffs.
R.I.P., dude.
I fired part of my staff after that party. One of the best decisions I ever made. The party went reasonably well. My standing in the town increased as a result. And I found new business opportunities open up to me. Why, that party, it likely made the connections that made the next 10 years of my life go swimmingly. Even though the magic was a dud, I still think it was a good luck charm.
Who was it that started the Owen worship trend?
I don't know. I was told about this by some of my friends and decided that it was worth jumping in feet first. Seize the moment. And want to grab onto this before the fad dies out. And well, my family's estate was large enough that we had a decent enough sized place where we could have a ritual. Block out the windows, light candles and such. Give it the proper ominous atmosphere.
Xander is going to flag Zu'lin and write on a piece of paper. Should we ask him what are the details of these business ventures? Question mark, question mark.
Zu'lin will reply on the paper, or what were the rituals meant to do? What were the intended results of the rituals?
Xander will nod and kind of do a little shake of his head that indicates both of them could net interesting results, and he will gesture for Zu'lin to decide.
And yours was, what were the business ventures that were after
Indeed.
that he mentioned?
Yes, yeah, what are the business ventures that, or like what is the nature of the business ventures that you acquired or succeeded at as a result of this gathering?
I would say the other one is easier to remember.
Sure.
What was the intended results of the rituals from the Owen ritual trend?
Oh. Well, I suppose lots of things. There was things like always remaining young and beautiful, having lots of good luck and fortune, being ageless and young and full of pep and life forever, which is always the dream of those on the cusp of middle age, is it not? To think that their bodies are beginning to fail them and that perhaps they harken back to when they were younger and more virile. Again, it's all the beauty of young, bored nobility, isn't it? Anyway, goodbye.
So wait, have the bodies decayed at all?
No. They've been kept gentle reposed by the priests.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you think this bears further questioning, or do you think that that is as much as we're going to get out of these guys, since he did host the party?
Well, it seems that, at least in this case, obviously, the corpse was the one that hosted said party, but did not seem to have any malice,
Indeed.
or for that matter, any form of scheme even, or plan.
Indeed. It may be the case that these people all genuinely, or for the most part, did not understand that there could be potential consequences.
Indeed. In fact, I don't even know if there was anyone who even fully understood any of the rituals. The bad casting of a ritual, for all we know, could be the entire point of how this has transpired.
Agreed. That is certainly possible. Then, do you think we should suspend our questioning for now and look at other leads?
Indeed, I doubt we'll be able to get any relevant information from any of these quote-unquote witnesses.
Indeed. Then perhaps shall we return to Louie outside, explain the circumstances, and before we continue looking at other leads, return to discuss the matter you wanted to talk to us about?
Oh, this discussion is not a discussion needed for the entire group. I am merely curious about the magical aspect of your blood.
The magical aspect of my blood?
Indeed. Although appearing quite healthy, there is traces of magical essence.
Would you provide any more specifics about said traces of magical essence?
Not at this time, but I'll be sure to keep you updated. Is this a revelation to yourself as well?
No, I think that my blood is quite magical. And so it is not quite so much a revelation, though if you need any assistance of a magical nature in your experiments, feel free to let me know.
I see. Is there any potential you could lead me into the cause of this magical aspect, or must this secret be ascertained the typical way? I do enjoy a puzzle after all.
Well, I must admit that I am not fully aware of all the details, I would imagine. My magic tends to work on an intuitive level, and so I perhaps don't have all of the answers with the sort of scientific specificity that you would appreciate, though I can look into it, perhaps, and share anything if it comes up.
If only if you learn anything that would pertain to such friend, and I do deeply appreciate it.
Of course. Well, shall we join Louie?
Of course, let's fill him in.
Perfect. Xander is going to leave, and he's just going to put a hand on Stavik's shoulder as he's guiding him out and just give him a little squeeze.
Wonderful. All right, so you make your way back out and reunite with Bastion and Louie and Tover's. No, sorry, Tover's is gone. It's just Bastion and Louie, right?
I didn't
And
know
Valentino?
Bastion was out here with me, but I guess he was.
Yeah.
His stealth check is just that good.
Yeah. He's always there.
Louie was
Watching.
writing. It's fine.
Bastion's just pacing back and forth.
Your face is going to get stuck that way.
What way? What?
Louie just looks up.
What?
that.
Your face? What are you talking about?
What about my fucking face?
That's what I said. What do you mean? What do you mean my face?
Your face is gonna
Stuck
get
like what?
stuck if it stays that way all the time.
Like what way? What are you talking about?
The way you're looking when you're pacing.
I'm not looking. I'm just pacing. I'm just walking.
You're like, zoned in.
Yeah, because I'm like trying to think about how to break this
Gentlemen.
case open.
You're both pretty. Let's not squabble, please.
Never again, Stavik.
No, you can't do that.
Ouch. I tried.
I just don't want to be
but
called
I
pretty,
never-
thank you.
Yeah, that's not.
Handsome?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I'm fine with that one.
You can call me pretty or handsome. I don't really give a shit. You probably should
Mm.
for your safety.
What the fuck,
Aesthetically
Valentino?
pleasing.
Damn.
Oh my god. Okay, so you asked the bodies stuff. Did they know where they found or learned about the rituals at all?
They did no particulars, just that they heard about it from friends.
Okay, no specifics though. All right.
So, like,
In general, the questions we received answers back that were quite unhelpful, to say the least.
Okay.
well, it sounded like they went as far back as like 100 years.
Okay.
Do you think that they didn't, like, there was no leader? They checked out Stavik's fucking book, and this is why there's a rule on it now?
Well, in the past several years, it's only been me and Detlev.
Yeah, we're talking like 100 years ago.
I guess we could ask. We still have Lombardos to check in on.
Whose
Yes.
clothing was ancient.
Clothing?
Yes, the clothes he was wearing were quite old.
And he was wearing a bunch of jewelry from the dead bodies. Probably more than he actually claimed to dig up. Based on what he said, I think.
You think Lombardos was like robbing the graves in his own graveyard?
I thought he literally admitted to that.
I mean, like sure, like selling the bodies and stuff. Oh,
I thought
man,
I thought he
that's kinda
admitted to taking
disgusting.
this stuff too.
Ugh.
Shouldn't
we like have him get locked up or something?
I mean,
feel like that's
probably.
probably a crime,
yeah,
right?
we should actually do that. I was very
Well,
confused why y'all let him walk away, to be honest.
It's a victimless crime. Who cares?
So
Dead nobles.
here's a random thought. So the rituals, they were, let's say they were to enhance life or extend one's lives, or maybe even bring back one once dead. What happens if you come back and you're still in a coffin under the ground?
Sorry,
Well,
that wasn't funny.
I feel that the answer to that would likely be obvious.
Right, so maybe part of it was the plan to have somebody bring them out, have them remove them from the grave after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, but instead they're
Perhaps.
getting desecrated even more by being chopped up and cut up and marked and bloodied and who knows
Yes.
what else.
And they have no recollections of the time that their bodies supposedly spent
That's
after
true.
their death, which is strange.
Well, the more we go along, the more it seems like our killer is somebody who was opposed to this ritual rather than part of it.
Indeed, that they won't stop seems point to that as well. In that case, should we make our first stop Lombardos?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, let's go. And Bastion will fall into line, and you all make your way to that wonderful graveyard in the northeast part of Luciana.
Oh yeah, so wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Over under that this guy's dead when we get there.
If he is, I'm going to blame you now, Skrewy. Just so you know.
You arrive at the graveyard. It is now, let's see, we'll say it's about 10 a.m. You arrive and you find the place is quiet, peaceful, and totally abandoned. There's appears to be no one working here. So perhaps Lombardos has the day off. Perhaps he doesn't come in to work until later in the day.
We do know that he had mentioned that he has a weird sleep cycle where he kind of is awake at night.
Mhm.
I believe he mentioned. So
What's
it would
weird
make
about
sense that he
that?
might not be here.
Yeah, right. What's up with that? Come on.
Yeah.
It's only,
Okay,
it's only
well-
normal to wake up at 1 p.m., right?
Well,
Right,
Grem,
guys?
your eyes are not sallow. You're not wearing like very ancient clothing, and you,
You're not
as
robbing
far as I
Greg.
know, have not exactly. So when I learn these facts, perhaps I will change my my
I don't
thoughts
talk
on
about my
that.
job much.
Shall we perhaps check the grave of Ona Davila that he seemed to be digging around yesterday while he's indisposed, perhaps?
Sure. Let's
All right.
let's do it.
Okay. You head over to the grave, and you find that it is about half dug at the moment. Lying beside the headstone is a shovel.
Uh-oh.
He was working on this when you guys entered, right?
Yes. That means he did not finish his work.
Well, it's either that or he was
Question.
filling it in.
Can we determine that from the way that things are laid out?
Not really. There's a pile of earth to one side, and there's a shovel laying there on the ground. It's potential the case that it's being dug in.
Does it look
That-
like there's any shovel marks going into the dirt pile? That would help if there's being filled back in.
Yeah, I think that given examination of the scene, I will say that you could probably determine that it was likely being filled in.
So this is one of the bodies he delivered personally, supposedly.
I think he said there he didn't deliver any personally. He just gave.
He put them in the alley.
Yeah, but then he said he didn't later on.
Not all of
The
them.
conversation.
Yeah, he said they just teleported out of the coffins when he signed. But
Yeah, because
I-
then he
Mhm.
just distinctly said he didn't like take
I
it
don't
himself or
know.
something. It's weird.
I thought he had said that he had mostly given names, but there might have been a body or two, but that might be incorrect. I'm not sure.
Louie is looking in the direction that he left the graveyard. He left to the north. Louie is trying to see if there's like a common track back and forth. Maybe he can figure out where he came from.
Okay. Louis, you look around and you are able to find an odd set of footprints. They're definitely the gait of these footprints are of someone that would have a limp or walk with a cane. And they lead away from here.
I think I might be able to track where he lives.
I believe he might live on these grounds, but let's follow those tracks.
All right. And Louie will lead the way.
Okay. They lead a little ways to the northwest until they go into the street and are obscured by the rest of the foot traffic on the road.
Shit. Ugh. Louis just shrugs. I'm sorry. I've lost it. I can't do it from this angle. I don't. I'm sorry.
I imagine that he would live close to here.
Should we knock on every door and say, "Hey there, are you the gravekeeper?"
so what kind of role did you give here?
I did survival.
Did I roll that as well?
Well, yeah, you're welcome to try. It is a main road, though, so it's going to be just completely crisscrossed with other foot traffic and carriages and things. So picking out an individual track on that is going to be very, very difficult.
Could I try, like, I'm thinking if I climbed to the rooftops, maybe not to get tracks, but to try and just see if there's, like, anything that stands out, any route that makes sense?
Sure. I mean, you do recall that this is the direction that alleyway was.
Okay. That seems a little self-conclusive then.
I could potentially use magic to try and locate him.
Go for
It
it.
may not work.
Also, while this is
For sure.
happening,
Mhm.
Zu'lin's going to visit the Copper Brotherhood building
Okay.
and just going to see if there was any bodies found today.
Sure. You pop in there, and you're able to determine pretty quickly that today is a business as usual day, and they have bodies, like days since bodies have been located. They've taken the 0 down, and there's a 1.
Whoa.
So no
Yikes.
bodies today.
We might as well consider the case solved.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Maybe it's
so-
because Stavik was locked up last night.
Rude.
Someone
Is
had
it?
to say it.
Is it rude? It's an interesting. It's an interesting rude point.
You're not wrong, but still rude.
All right, Zu'lin will
Xander.
return.
We'll look to Zu'lin. Did you learn anything?
Just that there's been no bodies found in the last day.
I'm not surprised.
I'm quite sorry, friend. I was truly rooting in this case.
Well,
Bear in mind, I also have my doubts that you did it.
hmm.
He'll give you
Xander
a
is
pat
gonna
on the
crack
back.
his neck. There is a very short window for the spell that I am trying to use, but I think that there is a chance it could potentially work depending on how far he lives. If he lives at the other end of town, this will do nothing, but I'm going to try and locate him based on those trinkets that he wore.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
He's going to meditate for a little bit, and he will kind of look up to the sky, put his hands over his eyes. There's going to be a golden glow from underneath, and what he'll do is he's not going to do this from inside the graveyard. He's going to walk out maybe 200 or 300 feet in the direction of the footprints, and then he is going to cast Locate Object and see if he gets any pings.
Okay. And you are looking to locate just any of these particular necklaces?
Indeed.
Okay.
Try to
All right,
find his
you get a
cane,
ping.
his particular cane.
Xander is immediately going to take off in that direction.
Louie will
Okay,
follow.
Xander turns and runs.
Okay.
Bastion will sprint after you.
Yep.
Valentino will do
running.
the same. Oh, in fact, I will cast
I'm-
Expeditious Retreat so I don't get left
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Ugh.
You follow Xander as Xander runs to an area that's honestly very close by. And you find yourselves... Moment.
Excuse me.
There we go.
Oh,
You find
yeah.
yourselves back in the lonely alley.
Oh no.
Oh.
I'm amazed that they bothered to erase their last message and then write a new one in the same place. There's just a smear underneath. I'm just ready for if they spell something wrong and one of the letters is
Mhm.
smeared out and then a new one's written.
Right? You walk into the alleyway, and what you find is a body hacked up on the ground. Underneath, or rather on your side of the body, is spelled out in blood the words, "Do you read von Hugel?" And with that, we'll take our second break.
Okay, cool. Hello, checkers and pleasers. We are back at a bloody new mystery.
Welcome back, everybody. And here we are. You all find yourselves in the lonely alley where you have found a few other bodies at this point, and this time you see the corpse of Lombardos, the gravekeeper. However, he has not died in a peaceful or even like quick way, it seems. He is really messed up looking. He's in a large pool of blood, and it looks like he has slashes all across his body. And spelled out in his own blood are the words, "Do you read von Hugel?"
Oh.
Louie has hidden the alleyway again to not see the body.
Sorry.
I mean, it's kind of hard to see the
Question.
body as a whole.
Right.
Well,
True.
to not see the bloody goopy gook near the footsteps over there.
Bastion will step up behind Louis and kind of try to put a hand, like, not sure to touch or not, but like kind of hovering a hand over your shoulder.
Louis
whisper,
looks like his body was ready to flinch, but like without being touched, he relaxes.
Just breathe, okay? It'll be all right, bro.
Okay. I can't go look. I'm sorry.
Out of curiosity,
Mhm.
would any of us happen to know if there were any notable writings from a von Hugel?
Yeah, there's been some notable writings from von Hugel. In fact, you've seen the very book.
Okay.
There
I
there
thought
is
so.
a very powerful tome of Owen lore and magic written down by
Mhm.
a von Hugel.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right, Stavik, back in
I
the
thought
cage.
so.
Any sequels, or does just the one work?
Just one hit wonder.
Yeah, sadly, von Hugel was really only known for the one, but
Never
it is
finished.
considered to be like the text. It contains history information as well as ritual information. It's kind of like the go-to tome on Owen lore.
All right,
Mm-hmm.
Stavik, you better explain what the fuck is going on very quickly, very soon.
Why would I write my own name in the fucking blood?
Did I say that you did that?
I have as much understanding of the situation as you do.
Louis just calls out from the alley. There's no need to get so angry. He's just asking a question.
Very few have as much understanding of this situation as I do. This in itself is suspicious.
Well, shall we examine the body first before throwing accusations?
Indeed. And first thing Zu'lin's going to do is he's going to check and see what kind of insects are on it, see what the state of decomposition is. Well,
Sure,
there's not,
sure.
There's probably no decomposition.
Mhm.
I'd
Yeah,
assume.
there's no visible decomposition of any kind.
So in that
But I'll
case,
take-
it'll be blood clotting and
Yeah.
insects in the area.
Heal check, please.
You got it.
In other words, free pickings.
What was
Y'all
it?
gonna eat this?
Alrighty, that's going to be a 22 from Zu'lin.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Wonderful.
25 from
Oh,
Xander.
fuck yeah.
Hell
Alright,
yeah.
22 and a 25. So Zu'lin and Xander, the two of you examine this body. And interestingly enough, this body expired within the last maybe 30 minutes, maybe less.
Yes.
This is very fresh. Body's still warm.
What the fuck?
Alright,
Uh,
well,
Lombardos is like, as you examine the body though, not only is it still warm, but the body is covered in scratches and like slashes across it, but also it looks like something has also delivered strong bludgeoning attacks to the body as well. As you can notice that a few of the joints are twisted in the wrong direction, and then the head is at a unnatural angle.
This kind of matches the Gigarian followers. Correct?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, it's similarly gruesome, it seems like.
This was barbaric. There was a mountain of rage behind this.
Of course,
Any
it seems to be raging all the time.
any drips of blood anywhere?
Let's give you a perception check.
Any drips
Zu'lin,
of-
you look around for any splatters of blood elsewhere in this alleyway,
Mhm.
but neither Zu'lin nor Stavik get a sense of anything else in here. You look around, but it's all sort of localized to the spot right in front of you here.
I'd like to see if there are any kind of like, I know this is hard because he's gunk on the ground, but I'd like to, since his clothing was ancient, I'd like to see if there are any like maybe fibers of fabric that don't seem to match
Okay.
or anything like that.
Ooh.
Sure. You begin examining the body for fibers, and as you do, I will take a perception check.
Okay.
This is actually going to be for our the entire party.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Lovely.
Is it perception?
Yes, please. Oh, wonderful. Okay. The only one of you to succeed this is Valentino. Valentino,
Oh, shit. Nice.
you feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up very suddenly. You get a sense that something is very close by and getting closer. You have that sort of prey sense that something is watching you and stalking you.
Do I have any sense of direction on this, or just that?
No direction yet.
Put my hand on my weapon and say, "Stay yourselves. We're being watched."
I'll begin meditating immediately.
Okay.
Stavik's gonna do what is that? Absolute defense, I think that we did. The
Full defense?
full defense.
Bastion will stick his head out of the alley over here. Everything all right over there?
Hush and keep it the fuck down.
Why? What'd I say?
We're being
Louie
watched.
just puts a hand over Bastion's mouth and just pulls him
What?
close.
To all of your norths, you can see the shadows at the far end of the alleyway begin to deepen and pool into darkness as appearing from what appears to almost be solid shadow, stepping forward, you can see a being take shape and appear in front of you. As it takes shape, it is a tall figure wearing a black cloak, sort of a scarf wrapped around its face over metal armor. It is exactly as was described by the eyewitness from the feather and lace. And it's also the spitting image of Stavik.
All right. I don't want to waste any time. I want to grab their hood with a grappling hook.
Okay.
I don't think it rolled the attack there. Oh, I might be. I clicked the wrong thing. Does a 22 confirm?
Beautiful.
A 22 doesn't confirm, but a nat
Okay.
20 does hit.
Nice. Well,
So,
try to pull the hood off.
all right. So, Valentino, you immediately throw your grappling hook at this figure as soon as they congeal from solid shadow. Before they can even get a word out of their mouth, you toss your grappling hook at them, and the grappling hook is going to strike at around their head, and they're going to grab at this cloth, and you manage to pull the grappling hook in such a way that they have to grab at this cloth to kind of keep it around their face. But during the process, they manage to maintain ownership of this object, but it is still removed from their head. And as it fades off of them, they no longer look like they did a moment ago. They look like something else. One moment as I switch the token.
Valentino's gut is never wrong.
There we go. All right. You see a man standing there wearing drab clothes. They look quite old. He has chains wrapped around his wrists. He carries a warhammer in one of his hands. He has scars crisscrossed across his face, and over his shoulders is this sort of faded scarlet cloak that goes down across his back and ends in tatters before it reaches the ground. He's just going to peel his lips back into a crooked smile and says, "I'm glad you found all of this. It's been a bit of a chase. Do you understand yet?" I imagine you don't.
Sanctify his work.
Nothing of the sort.
Louie pokes his head out.
Louie, you poke your head out, and you can see a strange man at the end of the hall, at the end of the alleyway here, looking at all of you.
Huh.
What are we supposed to understand?
I have given you every clue I can, and you still can't piece it together?
They don't seem to be very useful clues. To be fair, it's mostly just destroyed bodies.
Bastion, there's some freak over there.
There's a freak over there?
There's a freak
Wait.
over there. Shh, shh, shh.
Do you want to get him in the kidney? Hold on. And Bastion is going to stealth check and start to climb up onto the rooftops.
Be safe.
Wow.
Nat 20, let's go.
Ballsy, and I love it.
All right.
If I hadn't started
Bastion,
this shit, I would have done the same thing.
Bastion begins climbing up onto the roof. The man continues. It is a merry little game we've been playing. I thought I've left you all the right clues, but maybe... He reaches a hand up, and as he reaches his right hand up, he's holding this warhammer in his left hand. As he reaches his right hand up, he kind of like scratches at his face, and you can see something's weird about his right hand. His right hand, unlike the rest of his body, his right hand is thin. It's like the flesh on it almost looks mummified. And he kind of scratches at his head, his fingers digging into his skin and like leaving cuts behind as he does.
Oh, gross.
Uh,
But maybe they weren't clear enough. No matter. The next ones will have to solve it. And his hand is going to close into a fist, and as it does, it is going to begin emanating this aura of green light that is going to cast this pall over the entire alleyway. And two things are going to happen at the same time. The first is all of you can see the shadows in this alley begin to shift and change in strange ways. Like they have minds or lives of their own. And on either side of him, two shadows are going to congeal into these strange humanoid-like shapes, but they have these odd tendrils of wispy darkness coming off of them. And the other thing you notice is that the light from his hand, it casts shadows across all of you, and you can see something else strange, and that is that fluttering above Xander is a large moth that is cast in this green light. It almost seems to glow with its own individual aura. That it wasn't there a moment ago, and suddenly it's fluttering above Xander's head.
What does the moth look like?
It's about the size of about the size of an adult man's fist. It's a pretty good sized moth.
Okay.
It has it's a bit of a distance from Louie to see it, but
Sorry.
for the benefit of at least Valentino, Zu'lin, and Stavik, you can get a good idea what it looks like, as well as Xander. And that is that on its wings, it has these crescent moon shapes on either wing. And as that happens, this man is going to look at that moth. His eyes are immediately drawn to it. And that kind of crooked smile returns to his face. I see. It looks like I'm dealing with more of my... Well, I suppose I'll see all of you again. And he just takes a step backward into the building where there was sort of just a solid wall of darkness, and he is going to fade into nothingness as he goes back out into wherever it is that he came from, leaving the two ambulatory shadows behind, and they are going to immediately move to attack the group.
Fucking cutscene. I would stab the shit out of this guy.
And I'll take some initiative rolls. Let's go.
God damn it.
Oakley dokley. Let's fucking go.
Oh, where's the shit button? There. Ba-doop. Ba-doop.
Alrighty, well that's some roughness. Shadows kick the crap out of initiative. Okay. And that is going to begin combat. So, the first of these two shadows is going to move forward towards Xander and reach out with one of its tendrilled arms to grasp at the man. And what it's going to do is, since this is a touch attack and you are flat-footed, it basically means it has to get a 10 or higher to hit you. So, it is going to do so. And Xander, you are going to be struck for 5 points of strength damage. So that is rough. That is its turn. That takes us on to another shadow. This one is going to move down 15 feet and do the same thing against Valentino. It's actually going to roll poor enough that it misses. Amazing. Bastion is up, and Bastion is going to rush across the rooftops and ending his turn. Louie, you are up. There appear to be two shadows
Okey
accosting your
dokey.
party.
All right. He is gonna run closer and throw us while he's moving closer, he'll kind of swirl his two hands together and then send forth a butterfly that kind of conjoins into a ball of ice and cast snowball on one of the shadows.
All right. You cast snowball on a shadow. Feel free to go ahead and make an attack.
All right. Sorry, I don't know why it's not built into the spell still.
No worries. That is okay. I'll look into fixing that later.
Yeah, what do I do?
So you just make a ranged attack. So under the combat tab, just roll
Thank you.
ranged.
11? Touch attack?
11 touch on a shadow is not enough to hit.
That's okay. That's my turn.
Okay. That's going to take us on to Stavik.
Stavik, hold on. Is what Xander will say.
Okay.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So.
Did
we
you hear
will-
Xander?
Oh, I apologize. No, it kind of just didn't hear anything for like 5 seconds. My apologies.
Xander will call out Stavik, hold on.
Oh, okay. I will stand here at your command.
All right. Stavik will delay. Valentino.
All right. I'm just gonna stab this motherfucker. Do I still have expeditious retreat going? By any
Yes.
chance? Okay.
Yes, you do.
Sweet. Not relevant right now because I don't want to provoke. I got nothing I really can do here, but give this bitch some trouble.
Let's go.
Nice.
All right.
Hey, I don't
So-
know why that. Oh wait, never mind.
Good
Putting the
stuff.
wrong number.
All right. You swing through with your rapier, and trouble strikes true, hitting this shadow for a fair chunk of damage, and it is now damage on the board. Anything else from Val?
I don't think so. I don't think I've got any
All
swift
right.
actions I could take.
Okay. And then that will take us then to Xander.
Xander is going to potentially provoke an attack of opportunity. Moving this way.
Okay, that is going to provoke an AOO. However, it's going to miss. So go ahead.
Okay. He will walk behind Stavik, and as he does, he drags a hand through a lock of his hair, which is going to begin glowing a golden color, and then he's going to reach down and drag his finger along the edge of Stavik's weapon, which will then begin glowing as he casts Magic Weapon.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Let me grab that.
Okay. So you cast Magic Weapon on Stavik's weapon.
Let's see.
There we go, and there we go, and there we are. All right, Stavik, you are up.
Awesome. All right. Brilliant, Xander. He will. Stavik will make his way to the shadow, and he is going to attack.
Okay.
Blasted
you got it.
sword. And single attack.
All right, a 15 is going to hit.
Hell yeah.
All right, you strike for a little bit of damage. Target is going to be injured after that.
Okay,
Woo.
okay.
Zu'lin.
I think you might be muted, bud.
Zu'lin's going to grab some of the components that he has, shake them together, and while he's doing it, he's going to turn to the other party members and just ask, so was there any actual helpful evidence that he did give us that I potentially was made aware of? And he's going to throw this bomb at this shadow that's in front of him that was attacking Xander previously.
Okay, go ahead with bomb. Hey, look at that.
Pretty good.
That's a hit. Beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, so that is going to be 12 points of damage to that shadow, and that shadow is going to be badly injured from
Oh
that.
yeah, you badly heard it.
Badly hurt it. You did. All right, anything else from Zu'lin?
No,
All right.
just wants to know if he missed anything.
Shadow moves up and tries a touch attack against Zuzu. That is going to be a hit for 2 points of strength damage.
Oof.
All right, next Shadow's up.
I do have a
Swings
question.
at... Yes?
Did the guy that came out there, did he look recognizable at all?
Well, he looked like you at first. He looked exactly like you,
Yeah.
in fact.
Yeah.
But after that, you did not recognize the man, no. I don't
Okay.
think you've ever seen
Okay.
him before.
Okay. Just making sure.
Now that you think about it, your daughter was a grody old man.
What? All right, so it's going to reach forward. It actually strikes you. So its touch manages to reach into your chest, and while this has been, causing damage to the rest of your party, it does nothing at all to you. You are fully immune from its attack. Bastion is up
Yes.
next. He is going to hop down, move up behind this thing, and he's going to try to deliver a kidney stab. And he's going to hit it
Shadow.
and do nothing to it.
Sorry, bub.
Louie, you're up.
All right. Let's try the more injured-looking shadow with another snowball. Very similarly the same.
Mhm.
He casts another one at it. And I guess
Sounds
I'll do that ranged thing. A 16 this time? Touch attack?
A 16 touch will hit.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah, what the fuck am I rolling for damage? 2d6?
It's 1d6 per level, up to 5.
Okay.
So you
4.
have currently 4d6. Yeah.
Okay. It's 9 damage.
Rough roll. Damn, son.
It happens.
Rough roll. But hey, guess what? 9 damage, still pretty tasty. Still pretty tasty.
I
9
thought you were gonna
damage
tell me it died.
kills it.
Yay! All right,
All
that's
right.
one down. Take care of the last one, everyone.
By everyone, you mean Valentino. You got it. Why
All right,
wouldn't you?
Valentino, you are now flanking with Bastion.
Yes. Good times. Still got no fucking special kind of attacks here. That is an 18 to hit, which is it's 25
Fuck
confirmed.
yeah.
A 25 does confirm. 27 hit, 25 critical hit. You critically
Beautiful.
strike the shadow, and this is a piercing attack. So, sadly, the creature is immune to the secondary effect on this, but it's still going to take a bunch of damage. So, it is struck for quite a bit and is now badly injured.
Is it immune to sneak attack?
Yes.
Oh,
Or no, sorry, no, it's not immune to sneak attack. No, you can hit it with sneak.
I thought that would roll the dice. Where do I roll the dice for it? I'll
One
just.
moment.
Oh, here we are.
I believe I have a conditional set up for you, so you can check when you make your attack roll.
Oh,
There's a little
okay.
checkbox called sneak attack.
I did not do that. I didn't notice.
It's
it.
okay. You can just roll 2d6 then. That works.
6 more.
6 more. You got it. All right. Target is still badly injured.
All right. And does my weapon being magic bypass any of that nonsense?
So the way it works is your weapon being magic allows you to hurt it at all.
Okay.
So because it's incorporeal, even magic weapons do half damage against it. Non-magic weapons do no damage against it. Spells do full damage against it, and if you have a weapon called a ghost touch weapon, that also does full damage against it.
Let's see.
But so all of your stuff basically just got halved. So you did 10 damage off the critical hit, and then 3 damage off the sneak attack. But it's
All
enough
right.
that badly injured the creature, so it's pretty hurt. All right, Xander, you're up.
Xander is going to look at Stavik from an angle and focus very intently on him. Stavik, you will see Xander his glowing form almost appear next to you, the way he looked after Louie pulled out the knife earlier. As he reaches down and kind of takes the sword, his hand overlays with yours, and he murmurs to you, "Your strike will ring true."
Oh shit. Okay.
As
Goddamn.
he uses empowerment.
Okay.
What does empowerment do?
You get to roll with advantage.
Hell yeah.
So the way you do that, Stavik, on your turn, when you make your attack roll,
Mhm.
the very first box at the top that says attack roll dice, you click the
Yes.
drop down on that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
Attack roll dice.
Attack roll dice, there's a little caret
Uh,
on the right side. You hit the drop down and then click fortune.
It actually doesn't have that on mine. I have attack
It-
roll dice.
Promise it does.
Okay.
So on attack roll dice, on the right side of that, there should be a little arrow. If you mouse over the box, a little arrow should appear.
Okay, mouse over the box.
I can send you a screenshot if you need.
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, one
Really
moment.
fast.
Hmm.
Thank you. Appreciate
Mhm.
that.
All right, there you are.
All right.
And you just want to choose 2d20kh, which is the formula for fortune.
So sorry.
I'm sorry, they're not on mine either, so I don't really know what
Yeah.
you're talking about, Beardy.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Well, under attack roll dice, you can just
Mhm.
type in 2d20kh, or you could just attack twice, and we'll just take the higher result. Whichever one.
KH.
I'll have to
Cool.
do some research as to
Uh,
why you can't see that.
2d20 KH. Cool. And
Roll it,
I'll
baby.
power attack him.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
And full attack.
Let's go.
See what happens.
There we go. Cool, cool. So you rolled a 15 and a 14, so you take the 15. That is a 24 to hit, which is very much a hit, and you do 12 points of damage, which gets halved to 6, which is exactly enough to kill the creature.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
There we go.
Yay.
So, as you bring your sword down upon it, the shadow is discorporated, and combat is going to end.
All right.
Question.
Stavik is gonna run over to that wall. Just be like,
I'm gonna start going over the wall. I want a grappling hook to the roof and see if I can. That we've been down 10 seconds.
Mhm.
I want to see if I can catch him.
Okay.
As-
"Oh, you bastard."
Does the green effect in the area dissipate when the shadows are dead?
Yeah, it dissipated as soon as he stopped focusing power through his hand. So it was like that light was emanating from him, and when he disappeared, the light was gone as well.
Okay. So it's like the moth shadow gone?
It's gone, yeah.
Okay.
So if you look around, no one can see it. It's just there was
Mhm.
for a moment there was a moth floating above you.
Oof. The moth to the
Fuck.
flame.
So is a 21 good enough to like grappling hook swing up to the rooftops?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
You can so grappling hook swing up to the
It's
rooftops.
been a couple of seconds since we started combat.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
So you rush up there and you can look around and see on the roofs there and rush back and forth.
Yeah. Look around, see if I see him going phasing through walls or something.
You look around and you don't see anybody on the roofs at all.
Well, I don't manage to see him on the roofs. I just figured that if he's going through walls, I'll go over them. So
I'm
like,
checking the
alleys.
wall in front of me.
Little shadow man, little shadow bitch.
Xander seems to be looking up.
Louie is staring at Xander in the alleyway.
Zu'lin is performing an operation on the body pieces.
Fair.
Don't touch the sides.
So as you're like rushing around looking for things, reaching out of
Xander?
the shadows and stepping next to Xander
Xander?
is this figure again. And he looks at Xander curiously and he says, I did not realize there were more chosen here. Good. And then perhaps we may speak more plainly. He looks at you with eyes that seem to look right through you.
Then let's speak plainly.
We both serve the same master. At least, I'm fairly certain. He holds his hand up, that's the mummified right hand, and it emanates the same green light that casts the area in the same pall of sickly green. And you can see, again, floating above, kind of fluttering about, is this moth.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
He's going to say, holding up a hand to everyone else.
In that case, you should know that our master is not dead. I have seen him.
Where? When?
Recently, in visions, he tried to reach out to me, tell me things, but it's difficult to put into words. He begins scratching at his head again, leaving more cuts.
How do I see said visions?
He is alive, but he cannot reach us. Not anymore. He's imprisoned. You see, something got to him. Someone got to him. He needs out. And I think it was their fault. He just looks at you again with these unblinking, zealous eyes.
How do I help?
Find his prison or find the key. Either way, he awaits us. He awaits his faithful to return.
What does his key look like?
He just shakes his head.
How are
Only
you
we
doing
knew.
that? He's going to say, holding up his hand.
Sorry, what?
How do you do that? He's going to say, kind of gesturing at...
Oh, toward his hand?
Yeah.
He looks at it and he says, I imagine the same way that you do what you do.
Just a second.
Do 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 do.
You can keep going.
Hey,
Dude.
okay, sorry. Just he looks at Xander and says, I imagine the same way that you do what it is that you do.
Did you do that to yourself?
I don't think so. It's
I-
always been like that. Did you do that to yourself?
I honestly don't know.
He gives you the same crooked smile. Good. Like I said, it's good to meet another chosen. But things
What's your
are...
name?
Are you part of the circle?
Of course.
Show me.
Show you what?
He holds his mummified looking hand up and kind of waggles his finger at you. No. You aren't. My name will remain mine. But I do believe we serve the same master. Good luck. And he's going to kind of lean back and just fall backwards. And as he does, he just vanishes into the ground.
Xander is shaking, and he's just gonna like drop to his knees and start heaving on the floor.
Louie's patting his shoulders.
Yeah, Bastion and Louie both run up to kind of see what this is about.
While this conversation's happening, we kind of sneak across these planks between the rooftops and not do anything yet, just get a vantage point.
Absolutely. Yeah, this asshole's still in the area somehow. Jumping from shadow to shadow.
Louis is specifically only looking at Xander and making sure not to look at the gore ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to take you somewhere else?
No, the shadowy creatures he summoned just sapped my energy. I will probably be all right.
Yeah, we can get you back to the house, okay? Come on. And Bastion will try to get your arm up over his shoulder to help you walk.
Louis will assist in his own way.
He'll try to lean on Bastion's side.
Yeah.
I will stay with Zu'lin and clean up and this.
Louis
this
nods to Stavik.
mess.
Valentino, stay with these two. Stavik?
What? Yeah.
He just called out into
Alright.
the air. He has no idea where Valentino is. He's just like,
Oh, yeah.
hopefully he hears. Come on.
So I can't actually move across rooftops because of walls.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
There
Stay
we go.
hidden. Should we need it?
All right. So, Bastion, Xander, Louie, the three of you hobble your way out of here and make your way to the office. Stavik, Zu'lin, Valentino, you remain behind in the alleyway examining the body. Zu'lin, what would you like to do?
I'm just finishing up my operation.
Okay, I'll take a heal check, please.
Okay. It's a 10.
Well, it's difficult to sort through this body because of how messed up it is. And you are able to tell through exploratory surgery that nearly every bone in this man's body has been broken in some way or another. Make a spellcraft check if you have it.
I do not.
Okay.
Arcana?
Yeah, I will say that you believe this man was probably killed via magic.
Gotcha. Am I able to get what I want from it or no?
The body is not missing any organs or limbs or anything like that.
That's fine.
But it is definitely just smashed up real good.
Just real paste, you know?
Yeah, it's real bad. a lot of his joints are bent the wrong way. His head's at a bad angle, and yeah, you kind of root around in there with a knife, and it's not pretty inside.
I'm also just using my syringe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you get what you need, and Stavik, what would you like to do?
Stavik is going to basically pace around the body. He's going to do a perception check to see if this creeper left behind anything.
Sure. You don't notice anything left behind by the creeper.
So, Zu'lin would like to, once he's done with all this, go to where he saw this individual standing when he appeared, and I'd like to investigate if he left literally any footprints.
Sure. Yeah, there's footprints where he was standing, but there's no footprints like leading to them or going away from them. But there's some like, dust and dirt moved out of the way from where his shoes made contact with the street.
Okay.
It did look like he was somehow using shadows to travel.
Stavik,
Yes.
you can keep the hood up, but take your mask off for the time being.
Okay. And he'll remove the shawl of shadowy disguise.
Someone wanders in here, then put it back on, but I want to make sure we've got you around. This fucker doesn't try and pull a switcheroo.
Thank you. This is a very, very good idea. I don't understand. All this is just senseless brutality.
Well, is this individual someone you knew previously in life?
No. I have no idea who this maniac is. He's doing things in Owen's name and just...
In your name, according to points at the blood.
Well,
But why did he look like me?
It was convenient.
He does seem to know quite a bit about you after all.
Stavik is gonna make his way over to these steps and just sit down and just like think very hard. I don't know this person. They know apparently a lot about me.
I don't know. I mean, for Owen Knight, Owen, or whatever.
Worshipper of Owen.
There's got to be a word for it. That's not the only way.
It's Owen.
Owen. Whatever. Point is, you're a point of history for these people, whereas you are gone for a while, so it's not like you're going to necessarily know who they are. So them knowing who you are without knowing who they are isn't that weird.
But they have all of my vestments. They look exactly like I do. That just seems...
Yeah, it's definitely fucked. This is why we suspected you.
But on the bright side, now we also know what they too look like.
Yes. And I mean, fuck, we can go to the coppers with the description.
But But he still has his disguise. He still
Yes.
just tried.
So, like, you might have to stay inside the office for a bit.
Stavik's going to go up to the the paste that was this gravedigger and kneel down and say a prayer over the body. I am sorry we were not able to help you. We were not in time. Let us make way back. We will inform the authorities.
You all got what you need.
I don't think there's anything here for me. Other than my name on the pavement.
Yeah, there is that. That's actually kind of a problem.
We cannot mess with this crime scene. We cannot disturb it.
Is this
anymore
the
than
sort
we
of thought process? Is this how you keep doing stuff and incriminate yourself? Is like this? Like, all right. So I get your point. It definitely look bad. It'd be a bad look if we fuck with this, hop down from the roof, and they don't know why, or they find out about it. But like,
But who knows my name?
well, they're going to research it, most likely.
And they will find that a disowned son. That is what they will find.
Maybe they'll find something
Dead
else.
line.
All right, you make a good point. Maybe they'll find something they can actually use.
If you think it would be better to erase this name, the name from that is apparently
What?
also being dragged through the mud.
What?
If you feel it is necessary to erase my name from the pavement, then do so.
I just said there's not.
I believe you may not be thinking quite clearly. I say we should inform the authorities. And
Zu'lin's going to take your shoulders, lift you up, have his arm around your shoulder as we walk out of this alleyway.
Swear to God, if you go for another fucking scraping.
Now that you mention it. Okay, we're going to exit this.
Get
Yep.
some threads from his magic hood. See if you can study that.
put the mask back on, friend.
Thank you.
I'm going to.
Okay. And with that, you inform the Copper Brotherhood, I'm assuming?
Yes, we go through everything, the description,
Okay.
everything. Do we want to explain to them the Von Hugel stuff at all, or no?
No. We don't
them
want to do
do-
that.
Let
Yeah.
them do their own work.
Let them do their own homework. They might turn up with, because Stavik did bring up an interesting point. Maybe there's a connection that we don't know about with Stavik's bloodline.
Potentially, though I will also raise the point that they said that they are hands off the investigation. We're the ones doing the investigation. So it
Oh
seems like
yeah,
they're
I
not
don't expect them
doing
to
anything.
actually do anything. That's why it's safe. I'm saying
And also
worst
the-
case scenario is they give us more clues.
Yeah, because
You could tell Arno at least.
And I mean, they're not doing the investigation, but if we tell them we saw the fucker, they're gonna be like, "Well, shit, okay."
Yeah.
We'll be like, "Why didn't you catch him?" We're like, "Well, I thought that was your job." They say it, and they're like, "Just you wait till the Copper Brotherhood gets here; they'll fuck you up."
Write you a ticket.
yeah, we technically we solved the case.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what we were hired for.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was the guy, that old man who's
Yeah,
got a name.
Mummy Hand McGee.
Mummy,
Mummy.
Mr. Mummy.
Mummy Hand McGee did it all. Truly.
It's probably his name's Lawrence. It's okay. Don't worry.
We can find like
It
so
has
his
to
news in
start
the
with
book,
an
and his
A.
name actually is Mummy Hand McGee. Oh yeah, you're right. It does have to start with an A. His name is almost certainly just asshole.
Aaron.
So a little bit of time will pass, and folks manage to get back to the office. First, it would be Xander, Bastion, and Louie, and later they'd be joined by Zu'lin, Stavik, and Valentino. But some time passes, and by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, folks are able to get back here with everything having been done and sorted out from that little adventure.
Louie would have offered to take Xander to his room.
Xander would accept that.
Let's get you upstairs, okay?
All right.
How long have we been in the city?
Like 3
You
or 4
arrived
days.
in this lovely little town not super long ago.
Like
I
4
feel like you
days?
got
Wasn't even a
here about
week.
about 4 or 5 days ago.
Okay.
Probably 4 days. Yeah.
I was going to say on Thursday as a joke, but that is actually correct then.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys got here Thursday the 26th.
I believe
damn.
we got here on the
Might have been the
night of Wednesday.
The night of Wednesday. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's hysterical.
So you've been here since the 25th, I guess, technically. But hey, the great news is
We solved the
poetry
case.
slams tomorrow.
Oh.
Fuck yes.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure it's
Yeah.
Tuesday
Shut the
the
fuck
31st.
up. No, shut up.
You haven't written it yet? You've had like 2 months to prep this.
I have,
We
only
have
written
more important
2 of
things to
them.
deal with than poetry.
Impossible.
My goodness.
Says you.
No such thing.
I've only written-
earlier today were literally like, I'm gonna ask Detlef to move up the poetry slam.
Yeah, well, that was before there were like 12 revelations, okay? I'm sorry I'm not thinking about poetry right now.
Too bad. We're gonna learn a lot from poetry, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like as a species or like a group?
Yeah, we're going to reveal a lot about ourselves, yeah.
So,
So,
sorry.
is Bastion in here as well?
Yeah, Bastion's sitting at the table.
We met
He's
upstairs
having a
when
conversation with Dot.
Okay.
Ah, man.
Bastion is flirting with the unseen servant, I swear to fucking God.
Upstairs, Louie got Xander to his bed and is just kind of standing next to it, more so leaning against the wall on his left shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the new question we must ask is what the next step will be for finding this individual. We could potentially locate their mace or hammer with a locate spell.
Maybe. I don't know much about magic, so is that how that works?
I would assume, obviously, magic is not my forte either. But we have seen Xander use such spells. Although the range may be an issue.
Okay. Well, I mean, we could always ask Sando when he's feeling better.
Were we close enough that we could hear the conversation between
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
To
the
that-
man that was talking to Xander was not trying to be quiet or subtle in any way.
so
He is
with
mostly
that and
unhinged.
He sure wasn't subtle.
Stavik will say, and equally important, what is the circle? Who is in this circle? And what is there? And what is there? I mean, we can understand what they want. And
Well, I mean, we ran on the circle a little bit already. They're like fucking necromancers. It seemed like it was going away from that. They seemed kind of too obvious.
Is there any other ideas of where we can move from here?
Well, we know what the fucker looks like now. I mean, the city can start looking for this person proper.
Mm-hmm.
We know what they look like. We know what their disguise looks like.
as long as they don't switch up the disguise now.
I mean, that thing was like, fucking expensive, wasn't it, Stavik?
Very.
So
Well-
that would,
I never necessarily had it appraised, but it was a wedding gift, and my wife did say it was priceless.
Sorry for thinking that you were the killer.
You had every right to. I don't blame you, but I appreciate that all the same.
yeah, we're on the level. We're good. Under the water and all that shit. So, how do we want to go about? We also know that this person has the same cloak as Stavik. So we can track that down.
Yes, once again, the biggest lead we have would be to somehow track down his equipment in some way. But we will have to wait for Xander before we know if there's any way we can more efficiently use such techniques.
Speaking of which, how much time passed between when Louie, Bro, and Xander got here and when the rest got here, out of curiosity?
Maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, good to know.
Well, anyone else think that the painting that they are the dark figure? That was
Oh,
that
fuck, that's
we
right.
saw?
When am I supposed to go to that gallery?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you wanted to.
Whenever I wanted
You
to.
had an
Okay.
invitation. Yeah.
I did. Yeah, it was an open invitation though. It wasn't just a.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't
Sounds like you have
specific.
time right now.
You want to go to the Dupree's real quick?
Well, I forgot it was on the schedule. I was like, shit, did I forget about it? Did I miss it?
Still, it's only 3 p.m.
We've only been here since Thursday, so I'm expecting a lot of shit to happen in a day.
Well, if,
Make your way uptown.
If anyone has any ideas of where we can go from here, please, I'll be in my Alchemist station. And Zu'lin's going to go to his room and is going to fiddle with some newly acquired bones.
Okay.
About 45 minutes after kind of the incident, maybe like about an hour, Xander will try and sit up in bed.
You sit up in bed and your body hurts pretty badly. You feel supernaturally weak, like the shadows drained you pretty nastily. But you're able to sit up. It just takes a bit more effort than you're used to expending for that.
We need to continue investigating, Louie.
Are you well enough to do that?
Yes.
Louis just presses X to doubt face at him. You're sure?
We can't let this lead go cold.
What do you propose?
Well, the message on the ground, von Hugel, the book, this is all tied together. I think that we should at least see Detlef.
Okay.
Though I obviously won't make you read from that again.
What do you think is best?
I think we should perhaps use the information that we've gained, perhaps look for book recommendations about said desiccation, talk of keys. Maybe I can ask him questions that will help make sense of this, because I am at a loss.
Okay. And if we determine I absolutely have to,
Well, I don't believe there is an absolutely have to, Louie. I believe it's your choice whether you do or not.
but
And
if
you
I don't, people might get hurt more.
That is true. We'll just have to look into another option if you decide that that is not something that you would be willing to do. Though if you do, I can help make it easier if that is something that you wish.
Okay. We'll see what we need to do when we get there then.
Okay.
Are you good to...
And
Let me just help. And Louis
Are you
just
sure?
holds out his hands.
Xander will reach out.
And Louis will take him, and although he's not the strongest, he still assists the best he can.
Perfect.
It's a good thing I have plenty
Huh?
of leftover breakfast, because no one fucking ate this morning.
That's true.
Oh, Detlef's gonna be so happy. Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Oh,
so Dot, and then when that happened, what position were they in?
God damn it.
Holy shit.
But-
That's so.
What are you
That's really hot. Huh?
asking
Oh,
Dot?
Dot. Never mind. Dot. Put
Louis
that away.
just looks over the
And then
shoulder.
he's gonna grab the parchment and like crumple it up.
Well,
Nothing. I was just having a conversation with Dot.
Just the drawings, especially the drawings.
Turns out, some pretty freaky shit went down here.
Bastion, are you lying to me?
What kind of freaky shit are
No.
we talking about, man? The
Like,
fuck?
like the last guy who owned this place apparently maybe brought company over from time to time. That's all. I think that's
Other
probably why Dot's not
investigators?
supposed to see the second floor.
Oh. I mean, there were a lot of rooms.
Hold up, are you saying that we have like serious fucking competition for the most suave investigators in town?
I mean, not
Or
anymore, because
suave.
like, didn't the last guy like?
Well, I
Like,
suppose
quit or something?
the competition ended the moment we showed up in town, but you know.
I-
Yeah,
Might interject.
sure.
Is
Oh
this
shit,
really
better.
the time to be discussing suave investigations?
You
Yeah,
say that
probably
because
not.
of bad time.
So like, what should we do then? Are you feeling okay to move around?
I will be all right. We need to solve this.
We're
Okay.
going to my favorite place. Whee.
What, to the library?
Yeah, Zu'lin's not in his office down here, is he? Is he upstairs?
No, he went upstairs.
Okay, I'll go get him.
Yeah, I was gonna go. Bam, 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 bam.
Zu'lin, there is a knock at your door.
Yes, you can come in.
Louis opens the door. Hello.
Friend, how can I assist you? You can see him tumbling around with some beakers, some stuff ding-linging in one of the little vials.
We are gonna go to the library to hopefully check up on some circle information.
What's
Probably.
information have we missed at the library? And
Maybe we should just ask Detlef some questions at least. He would be very helpful. He knows almost every book in the library.
Zu'lin seems disappointed. I suppose we could always check again, and he'll hang up his vials.
What are you checking?
Oh, just some personal experiments while we waited for the next lead.
I mean... Well, you seem a little downtrodden. Is there a reason for that?
Oh, no fretting. I always just get excited to start a new project.
Oh. I see.
But
Well, it'll be here when we get back.
Indeed it will, friend. I will join you in a minute.
All right. Be safe, I guess.
Alright, Zu'lin puts everything back into its good order. He's going to head back downstairs.
Alrighty.
Zu'lin will be down soon.
Xander is just going to briskly walk towards the door.
I guess we're going.
Let's go.
All right, come on, everyone. Library time.
Oh. All right. Bastion gets up.
To your local
Says,
library.
Dot, you just hold those thoughts. I got more questions when we get back. All right.
Oh, Bastion.
What?
Bless.
It's exciting.
You're so gross.
And as you all head out of the office and make your way toward the library, that is as good a place as any. Call it a session for the week.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.